Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom enters this as the #1 player on the ladder, yet he's currently struggling against his historical Kryptonite. Catalyst holds the overall edge in their head-to-head record, including a win over Phantom earlier today. The question is whether the top seed can overcome that mental hurdle here. Catalyst leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Phantom. The best player on the ladder starts to push back. Wow, that was over in a blink. Phantom is taking control of the momentum here. They both take heavy damage, but he survives the exchange. 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself here. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill to tie it up at 3-3. The best player on the ladder is fighting an uphill battle here. Phantom edges ahead 4-3 to reclaim the lead. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally finding his footing. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggles here. That historical edge is starting to outweigh the head-to-head history we've seen. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to disrupt this momentum. He just won't stop. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. The favorite is living up to the hype here. He doesn't miss 5 in a row for Phantom, and he doesn't even take a hit before the break. Phantom leads 9-3. We expected Catalyst to hold the advantage, but the underdog is flipping the script here. A 6-round win streak puts Phantom in a great spot to pull off the upset. Catalyst needs a total reset here. Catalyst claws one back, but Phantom leads 9-4. Catalyst is usually the heavy favorite in this matchup. Phantom hits 10, leaving Catalyst buried in a 10-4 hole. Quick exchange and he secures the lead again. These rounds are ending in a flash. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. The best player on the ladder is proving it here. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Catalyst survives a Razor Fin exchange to make it 11-5. Insane, he barely walked away from that one. He doesn't even take a hit. Phantom moves to match point, leading 12-5. The favorite is just too strong today. He shuts it down without taking a single hit, making it 12-6. Quick flick to keep this alive. He doesn't take a single hit to snap that streak, making it 12-8. 2 clean kills in a row to push back. Boom! He survives a wild trade to close it out and take the map. He finally breaks that mental block against Catalyst. That sub 1 second kill really showed who was in charge today. Welcome to Italy. Havoc takes on the favorite, Catalyst, in today's 1v1 rifle duel. Let's get started. Catalyst has won 72% of their career meetings, but he enters this match on a 2-loss streak. The ladder shows him as the clear favorite over Havoc, yet his recent form suggests he is struggling to close games. We have to wonder if Havoc can capitalize on that slump here. Catalyst edges ahead 2-1, putting Havoc under pressure. He's currently the top 5% player on the ladder. These rounds are ending in a blink. Havoc just deleted him in under a second to tie this up. Catalyst catches him right off the wine to keep this close. He's fighting back after a tough 7-13 loss to Phantom. Catalyst pulls away to a 4-2 lead right now. Havoc is the number 9 player on the ladder. Havoc narrows it down to 3-4 after that play. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Vortex earlier today. Catalyst has an 18-20 record over the last 24 hours, showing he's been playing a heavy volume of games today. This grind can lead to fatigue, but he's currently leaning on his experience as the higher rated player to maintain the lead. The question is if Havoc can push him to a breaking point. Havoc catches him right off the wine to take the lead. He's really starting to climb here. 2 in a row to bring this right back to even. Catalyst nips ahead 6-5 to reclaim the lead. He's currently the 3rd highest rated player on the ladder. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the higher rated player holding a slim edge. Catalyst has won their last 5 head-to-head meetings, and he looks to keep that streak alive here. Side swap, time to Catalyst hangs on to a slim 7-6 lead. Coming off a rough 10-13 loss to Vortex earlier today. Havoc strikes back to lock this up at 7-7. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Untouched, he makes it 3 in a row to take the lead, 8-7. Coming off a 13-3 win against Ignis earlier today. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row to make it 9-7. A complete flip from the usual head-to-head results. He knocks him off the wine to make it 5 in a row. A total reversal of the usual head-to-head dynamic. Boom! Catalyst snaps the round with a clean kill to keep this fight alive. Our favorite is finally starting to steady the ship. Havoc is pulling away here. He's just 2 rounds shy of closing this out. Whoa, deleted him in under a... He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point, 12-8. The underdog has completely flipped the script on the favorite. He deletes him in a second without taking a hit, keeping the dream alive at 12-9. He doesn't take a hit to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience with Havoc at match point. He picks him off the Tetris for 3 straight, keeping Havoc from closing it out at 12-11. The favorite is finally reclaiming control of the server. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. First time he's gotten one over Catalyst in a long while. He really broke that head-to-head curse today. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Havoc face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom holds a huge historical edge here, leading the head-to-head 828, 470. He's the best player on our ladder, and that gap in experience usually shows when the pressure mounts. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Havoc takes him from the Tetris to tie this up at 2-2. Havoc is coming off a tight 13-11 win against Catalyst. Phantom pulls ahead 3-1, putting Havoc on his heels. The best player on our ladder is asserting himself here. Phantom surges to 4-1, leaving Havoc struggling. The highest rated guy on the ladder is just too clean. Havoc doesn't miss, taking a clean round to keep this comeback alive at 4-2. Wow, that was a lightning fast kill. He snaps a streak and makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience to close the gap. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Unreal. He makes it 3 in a row to tie this up at 4-4. The ladder favorite is suddenly under a mountain of pressure. Whoa, he survives a total bloodbath from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. Barely clinging on with 26 HP to take the lead. Phantom shuts down the run by picking him off the Tetris, tying it up at 5-5. Phantom, the top player on the ladder, finds his footing. Havoc doesn't miss a shot, taking a clean round to reclaim the lead before the break. Just a blur. That kill was practically instant. 6. This is tracking right with expectations, as the favorite hasn't been able to pull away. Havoc kept it level with a 4-round streak, keeping the match tight, heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. He wins a quick exchange to reclaim the lead, continuing his climb back into this match. That exchange was over in under 2 seconds. Catches him from the ramp, snapping the streak to make it 8-6. The underdog is really challenging the ladder's top seed here. Breaks the streak and keeps rolling, moving to 9-6 as the comeback continues. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match expectations here. He picks him off the boost, making it 4 in a row to lead 10-6. Complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Phantom snaps the run with a clean kill to make it 7-10. Coming off a strong 13-7 win against Catalyst earlier. He picks him off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 2 in a row. Fastest kill of the match so far. Another one. He makes it 3 in a row without taking a hit, erasing that 4-round deficit. Boom. He makes it 4 in a row to tie this up at 10-10. Pure efficiency, taking 4 straight without letting a single bullet land. Insane. Havoc knocks him off the ramp and survives with a sliver of health to make it 11-10, living on the edge with just 18 HP left. He survives a scrap to snap the streak, putting Havoc on match point. The underdog is completely defying the ladder rankings right now. He survives a messy exchange to keep this fight alive, refusing to go away. That messy exchange just kept the dream alive. He wins a gritty exchange to tie it 12-12, forcing this match into overtime. 2 straight for him to force the extra frames. Boom, he knocks him off the Tetris to secure the win and complete the comeback. Unreal. He shuts the door right there. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 straight as he completes this turnaround. The ladder's top seed finally regains total control. Havoc digs deep to snap the run, keeping this comeback alive at 14-13. A quick 2-second exchange to stay in this. Havoc catches him from the Tetris to tie it up at 14-14, refusing to let the lead slip. 2 quick strikes to bring this back to a deadlock. Havoc stays perfect, taking 3 in a row to reach match point. Complete flip of the pre-match expectations. Boom! He closes the door with 4 straight to finish the comeback and take the map. He just played out of his mind in overtime to take down the best guy on the ladder. To do that after barely scraping through twice under 30 HP is just wild. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst take on Orange today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Phantom holds a 62% win rate on this map, making him the clear historical favorite here. He's the best player on our ladder, so he should have the tools to recover from this slow start. The question is if he can shut down Catalyst's lifetime edge in their head-to-head. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back to see if Phantom can answer Catalyst. We are back live on Orange with Catalyst leading 1-0 as the action resumes. Catalyst doubles his lead, putting Phantom in a hole. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. He's already coming off a 13-7 loss to the top seed. Both players trade hits, but he comes out on top 4 in a row. Highest rated guy on the ladder is getting outplayed. Finally, he takes a hit, but manages to fire back, snapping that run. He's coming off a strong 25-13 run over the last day. Catalyst climbs to 5-1, leaving Phantom desperate here. That was quick, just over 2 seconds. Catalyst has been struggling today with an 18-21 record over the last 24 hours. He's fighting a downward trend across several matches, but he's still managing to keep the lead here. The question is if Phantom can actually capitalize on that slump and flip the script. Catalyst hits 7, leaving Phantom fighting for air. Catalyst holds the lifetime edge in their head-to-head. He doesn't even take a hit. Catalyst is back to 3 straight, pushing the lead to 8-2. Under 2 seconds, just a blink. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst before the break. Another clean win before we hit the half. Catalyst takes a 10-2 lead into the break. He was the favorite coming in, and he's playing exactly to that expectation. He put together a 5-round streak to leave the top seed struggling. Side swap time for a These rounds are ending in a flash. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now. Gone in a blink, under 2 seconds again. The favorite just can't find an answer for him today. He snaps the streak and reaches match point, leading 12-2. Total. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He completely ignored the map history here. Phantom had the edge on orange, but he just couldn't find a way through. Welcome to Redline. Havoc takes on Catalyst in this one, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst takes the lead from the ramp, starting things off fast. The number 3 player on the ladder asserts himself early. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, Havoc actually beat him in their most recent meeting and is carrying that confidence into this set. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his usual control here. Havoc levels it up. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. The rank 7 player is pushing the favorite today. Havoc takes him from the ramp, picking up a 3rd straight to pull ahead. The underdogs flip the script on the favorite here. He catches him right off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Havoc's coming off that 13-11 win against him earlier today. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing it to 4-3. Wow, he ended that one in under a second. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to push the lead to 5-3. The rank 3 player is struggling to hold his ground here. Whoa! Catalyst knocks him off the ramp in a scrap that leaves him with almost nothing. Insane, he practically survived that on a prayer. Havoc is sitting at 2-0 in the last 24 hours and he's showing no signs of slowing down. That momentum is a sharp contrast to Catalyst, who has struggled with a 19-21 record today. We have to see if the higher rated player can flip the switch before this slips away. Havoc leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the odds here, putting the favorite on his heels. Catalyst has a 78% win rate on Redline, but he hasn't been able to stop Havoc's momentum in this first half. Side swap. Catalyst needs a reset. Havoc extends it to 8-5, putting Catalyst in trouble. The top 5% player is feeling the pressure here. Unreal. A total bloodbath where he barely survives to keep this comeback alive. He's playing with a sliver of health left. Havoc pulls further ahead, now leading 9-6. The rank 3 player can't find an answer for him today. Instead, he catches him off the ramp and barely survives the exchange to make it 10-6. Another scramble where he walks away with practically nothing. He takes him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The favorite is completely flipped right now. That's 4 in a row. Havoc hits match point, leading 12-6. The ladder's top 3 player is just staring at a wall here. Boom! 5 in a row to wrap it up. Havoc takes the map 13-6. He just completely ignored the history books and Catalyst's map edge to pull off a huge upset. Havoc's on fire today. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc meet on Mapas, where the favorite looks to reclaim his dominance. Havoc takes him from the ramp to start things off, getting an early lead over the favorite. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, starts slow. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map over a long history. He has the historical edge here, but he's coming off a loss to Havoc in their last meeting. The question is whether Phantom can lean on that map experience to reclaim control. Three in a row. He snaps Havoc's run and takes a 2-round lead. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself. Havoc answers back immediately, walking away untouched to make it 3-2. He's riding a 3-game win streak into this one. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives by a threat to make it 4-2. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finding his footing. Havoc claws back to keep it 4-3. He's coming off a clean 3-0 run today. Dead heat. Havoc levels it up at 4-4. He's playing the role of spoiler for the league's best player. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react today. Coming off a tough 2-13 loss to Catalyst earlier today. Phantom has a 25-14 record over the last 24 hours and he's starting to pull away here. While Havoc entered this match on a hot streak, the ladder leader is now asserting his quality. The question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt this run. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This half played out exactly as expected, with the top seed using his 70% win rate on Mapas to keep Havoc at arm's length. We'll see if Havoc can close that gap after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom pushes it to 8-5, widening the gap. Phantom, the top seed on the ladder, is taking over. Phantom hits 9-5. Putting a stranglehold on this. Identical timing to the last one, he's just not missing. Havoc manages to break that streak and keeps himself within striking distance. Havoc is playing like he did in that 16-14 win recently. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with nearly nothing left to snap the streak and make it 9-7. Man, both of them are surviving on a prayer today. Phantom strikes back to push the lead to 10-7. Our rank 1 player is reclaiming the lead here. Havoc denies him from the ramp, showing real resilience as he cuts the lead to 10-8. The underdog is refusing to go away here. He snaps the streak and makes it 10-9, continuing this gritty comeback. Our rank 1 player is being pushed to the limit. Phantom shuts down that comeback attempt just as it was gaining real steam. Our number 1 player is protecting that top spot on the ladder. Havoc catches him from the ramp to make it 11-10, showing real grit in this comeback. Phantom deletes him in under a second to reach match point. Pure speed on that last kill. Havoc doesn't blink, walking away untouched to keep this comeback alive at 12-11. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Unreal. He catches him from the ramp to tie it at 12-12, forcing overtime. Wow, he just erased the favorite's lead in a blink. Phantom just halted that momentum. We are heading straight into overtime after a wild back and forth. The best player in the league refuses to buckle. Havoc doesn't take a single hit, evening it up at 13-13 as he continues this gritty climb. The favorite is getting pushed way past his limit here. We've gone back and forth for so long now that it's almost impossible to tell who has the momentum. The rank 1 player finally takes the lead in overtime. Boom! He deletes him without taking a hit to reach match point at 15-13. Quickest kill of the whole overtime streak. Game over. He wipes him off the map without taking a hit to seal the victory. He just couldn't shake that number 1 seed in overtime. Havoc played his heart out, but the ladder leader finally stopped the bleed. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst take on Fast Aim, where the favorite faces a very tough test. Phantom enters this one with a 67% win rate on this map. It is a significant edge over Catalyst, who has struggled here historically despite holding the overall lead in their head-to-head record. The question is if Phantom can turn that map advantage into a full series win. Phantom picks him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is living up to the hype. Catalyst answers back instantly, taking the round in under a second without taking a hit. He does it again, erasing Phantom in 0.6 seconds to show some real resilience. Phantom pulls ahead 4-2 to regain the upper hand. The best player on the ladder is asserting his status. Catalyst wins the trade-off on the ramp, keeping this comeback alive at 4-3. The underdog is refusing to go away here. Phantom has been on a tear with a 26-14 record in the last 24 hours. That momentum is colliding with a head-to-head history where Catalyst has usually had the upper hand. We'll see if the current form can finally flip that long-term script. Phantom extends it to 6-4, putting the squeeze on. The best player on the ladder is making it look easy. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling before the break. That's a tight gap heading into the break. 7-6 at the half. Catalyst entered as the heavy favorite, but he's struggling to separate himself from the underdog here. Phantom is using that 67% map win rate to keep this dead even. Side swap, fresh start. He doesn't take a single hit here, taking the lead 7-6 as the comeback continues. The favorite is starting to look vulnerable here. Phantom levels it at 7-7. We are deadlocked. The best player on the ladder refuses to stay down. He catches him from the window without taking a hit, extending this resilient push to 8-7. The favorite is struggling to maintain control here. He doesn't take a single hit here, snapping that streak and pushing the lead to 9-7. The underdog is playing like the one to beat. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 straight to take a 10-7 lead. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to snap the streak and keep this fight alive. The clear favorite is finally finding a way back in. He absorbs a hit but manages to fire back faster, putting Catalyst up 11-8. Phantom picks him off the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this resilient push at 9-11. The highest rated guy on the ladder is fighting for his life. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp to reach match point, continuing this gritty comeback. A much slower pace this time, but he gets the result. Boom! He knocks him off the ramp to complete the comeback and take the map. He just completely ignored that map disadvantage to get the job done. Phantom had every reason to win this one. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Havoc and Catalyst meet on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in the head-to-head history here. Despite Havoc winning their most recent meeting, the ladder usually sees Catalyst come out on top. The question is if Havoc can use his map edge to flip the script. Havoc picks him right off the box to keep this streak alive. The top 5% player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Havoc to make it 3-1. Havoc's rank 6 status is showing against the favorite. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill to make it 3-2. Coming off a long day with a 2022 record. Catalyst levels it up, we're deadlocked at 3-3. The rank 3 player is reminding us why he's the favorite. He picks Havoc off the box to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a 13-9 win against Phantom earlier today. Havoc knocks him off the box to tie it up at 4-4. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Havoc takes him from the box. These rounds are ending in a blink as he pulls ahead. Blink and you missed it, just 1 second for that kill. Pure chaos as Catalyst ties it up at 5-5. Coming off a 13-6 loss to him on red line earlier today. Havoc edges ahead, taking a 6-5 lead. He's currently sitting in the top quartile of the ladder. Havoc leads 7-5, the underdog is defying the history here as Catalyst usually wins 72% of their head-to-head meetings. Havoc is playing above expectations and holds the momentum heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc is playing a 3-1 record in the last 24 hours. While Catalyst has a much heavier workload with a 2022 result today, death fatigue might be playing a role as Catalyst struggles to keep pace. With the underdog's current form, the question is if Catalyst can find a way to hold this run. Havoc surges ahead, now leading 9-6. Another blink and you miss it kill to keep the lead. Catalyst digs deep to break the run, cutting the lead to 9-7. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Havoc pulls away again to make it 10-7. Havoc's 57% win rate on this map is really playing out. Catalyst shows some real resilience here, clawing back to make it 10-8. Trading kills in under 3 seconds each way. He doesn't even take a hit, snapping onto Havoc to make it 2 in a row. Catalyst is showing real resilience here. Wow, he knocks Havoc off the box to tie it at 10-10. 3 straight for Catalyst. The favorite is finally playing to his rank. Havoc shuts down the run from the box to make it 11-10. The rank 6 player is fighting for every single point. Unreal. He knocks Havoc off the box to tie it at 11-11, completing an incredible fight back. Man, these two just cannot pull away from each other. He shuts it down without taking a hit to reach match point at 12-11. Insane. He keeps the health bar full while closing it out. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just flipped a lifetime of losses on its head to take this one. Catalyst couldn't close the gap. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Havoc face off today with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom catches Havoc right on the ramp to start things off. The best player on the ladder starts things off strong. Phantom holds a huge 829-471 lead in their head-to-head history. That historical edge is carrying over into this set, especially since Phantom also took their most recent meeting. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt this pattern. Deadlocked at 2 apiece, Phantom and Havoc are level. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Havoc knocks him off the boost to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script early. He catches him from the Tetris to make it 4 in a row. The rank 1 player is struggling to find an answer. Boom! Phantom snaps the run and brings it to 3-4. That was a blink and you miss it killed. Whoa! Phantom picks him off the box in a total scrap to tie it 4-4. He barely walked away from that one with 25 health. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is reclaiming control. What a scrap. Havoc survives a chaotic exchange to tie it up at 5-5. He's playing some of his best games lately, winning 70% of his last 10. Havoc edges ahead 6-5 to take the lead. That was a lightning fast exchange. Six at the half. This is tracking right with expectations for a close set. Havoc showed he can hang with the number 1 seed, especially after putting together a 4-round streak to keep things level. Sides swap fresh start. Phantom picks him off the ramp and starts to pull away. The best player on the ladder is finally pulling ahead. Phantom has a 26-15 record over the last 24 hours, and we're seeing that volume and endurance pay off right now. He's playing with a lot more confidence than he did in his last match against Catalyst. The question is whether Havoc can break this momentum before it becomes a blowout. Back to a deadlock, Phantom and Havoc sit at 8-8. Havoc is playing the best games of his life lately. These rounds are ending in a flash. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. The best player on the ladder is acting like the favorite. Pure chaos. Phantom and Havoc are locked at 9-9. Havoc is playing the best games of his life lately. Phantom surges ahead 10-9 to grab the advantage. That was over in a blink. Phantom picks him off the Tetris. He's really starting to pull away here. Highest rated guy on the ladder is putting on a clinic. Havoc keeps this one tight, refusing to let Phantom pull away as we head into the final stretch. Havoc is coming off a strong 13-11 win against Catalyst. Havoc has all the momentum right now, taking 2 in a row to bring this set completely level. Phantom takes this one without taking a single hit. He's now at match point leading 12-11. Unreal. He catches him from the Tetris to tie it at 12-12, forcing overtime. Insane timing to force this into overtime. Phantom takes the lead in overtime. We are seeing a total toss-up here with neither player able to string together a run. Clean kill to secure the map. Havoc wins the scramble on the ramp to keep this overtime deadlock alive. He's only gone 4-1 over the last day. Wow, that was a blur. 1 second and it's over, leaving Havoc trailing by 1. That was practically instantaneous. Havoc takes him from the Tetris. We are completely deadlocked as we head deeper into overtime. The top quartile talent is refusing to go away. Havoc catches him from the box to snap the streak. He's now at match point 15-14. The underdog is making a serious statement in overtime. Game over. Havoc closes it out with 3 straight to take the map. He just completely flipped the script on the #1 seed in overtime. Huge upset for Havoc here. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Italy with the favorite looking for another win. Phantom holds a 66% win rate on this map, which gives him a clear historical edge here. It is a strong starting point for the best player on our ladder, especially since Catalyst has struggled more in this environment. The question is if Phantom can use this map advantage to flip their head-to-head record. Phantom leads 2-1 as Catalyst fights to stay alive. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head over the lifetime of their rivalry. Catalyst surges ahead 3-2 to take the lead. He's already taken a 13-9 win from him today. He doesn't miss 3 in a row for Catalyst, leaving Phantom with nothing. The favorite is struggling to answer back. Unreal. He walks away without taking a hit, making it 4 in a row. Best player on the ladder is looking very human right now. Another clean get, 5 in a row for Catalyst to make it 6-2. Our #1 on the ladder can't find a way in. 6 in a row, he's just not letting up, pushing the lead to 7-2. He's already taken a 13-9 win from him today. 7 in a row, he's just completely taken over this match, leading 8-2. Our top-rated player is getting outplayed. Finally, Phantom snaps that run just before the break, bringing it to 3-8. Gone in a blink, just over 1 second. Phantom 4, Catalyst 8. This half is tracking exactly as expected with the favorite in control. Catalyst used a 7-round streak to erase Phantom's map advantage and take a comfortable lead into the switch. Side swap, Phantom needs a reset. Phantom is 26-16 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of consistency that Catalyst hasn't matched today. He's now using that form to chip away the lead, proving he can handle the pressure after those recent losses. The question is whether he can complete the comeback before Catalyst stabilizes. Phantom takes him from the wine, cutting this lead down to 3. The best player on the ladder is fighting to close the gap. Catalyst holds a 10-6 cushion as Phantom chases. The number 4 guy on the ladder keeping the pressure on. Phantom strikes back to make it 7-10. 1 second, that was a blink. He doesn't even take a hit. Phantom keeps climbing back, making it 8-10. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally finding his footing. Boom! 3 in a row for Phantom, who's refusing to go away after that early deficit. The clear favorite is finally playing like it. Catalyst catches him from the Tetris to make it 11-9. Coming off a tough 2023 day overall. He plucks him off the wine without taking a hit, continuing this gritty comeback. The ladder's top seed is refusing to let this slip. He takes 5 seconds to seal it without taking a hit. Tying this up at 11-11. The favorite has completely raised the deficit. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit to reach match point 12-11. Underdog finds a way to reclaim control here. Insane. Both players were shredded in a total bloodbath, but Phantom survives with 6 HP to force overtime at 12-12. Absolute chaos there, barely hanging on to force the extra frames. Phantom doesn't even take a hit. He keeps this comeback alive to lead 13-12. The ladder's top seed is finally playing to his seed. Neither player is giving an inch. We are deadlocked in overtime with no momentum on either side. Matching the lifetime head-to-head lead, he holds over him. Pure resilience from Phantom. Taking this one without taking a hit to lead 14-13. Catalyst plucks him off the wine to tie this up. We are deadlocked in the deepest part of overtime. Gone in just over a second. Phantom catches the kill in under 2 seconds to reach match point 15-14. Quick reflex check there, just over a second. Unreal. Phantom plucks him off the wine to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to flip that lifetime head-to-head record. Catalyst fought him every step of the way. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on orange, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Catalyst has won 72% of their all-time meetings, showing a long-term psychological edge in this matchup. Havoc actually took their most recent duel, but is fighting an uphill battle against the ladder's number 4 player. We'll see if that recent win was a fluke or a shift in momentum. Catalyst leads 2-1. Havoc needs a response now. He's playing the role of the underdog well here. These rounds are flying by. Catalyst is just a blink faster every time they meet. Catalyst rank 4 on the ladder asserts his authority here. Catalyst cruises to 4-1, leaving Havoc searching for answers. Pure speed, that kill took barely a second. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst, making it 5-1. Havoc is a top quartile player, but he's struggling here. Havoc snaps the run, cutting the lead to 2-5. He's coming off a strong 5-1 run today. Catalyst catches Havoc right there on the ramp to push the lead to 6-2. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to him just now. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 7-2. Unreal, he hangs on with almost nothing left in the tank. Insane. Both players were nearly empty, but he survives by a mere 2 HP to make it 3-7. Havoc, rank 6 on the ladder, refuses to go away. Wow, a total brawl where he scrapes by with just 16 HP to make it 3-8 before the break. That's another one that came down to a sliver of health. Catalyst leads 9-3. This half tracks exactly how we expected it to go, with the favorite controlling the pace. Catalyst leverages that 72% head-to-head win rate to keep Havoc at arm's length heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc is riding a 5-1 record in the last 24 hours, and that form is starting to clash with the ladder rankings. While Catalyst is our number 4 player, he's entered this duel on a 2-match losing streak. The question is whether Havoc can turn this momentum into a full comeback. Catalyst hits 10-5, putting a chokehold on this. A tough day for him, going 20-24 in the last 24 hours. Havoc is carving out a real run here, putting some serious pressure on Catalyst's lead. Catalyst just shut down that mini run. He's keeping the lead comfortably in hand here. The favorite is holding steady as expected. He breaks the streak and reaches match point, leading 12-6. The favorite puts the chokehold back on this. Havoc answers back, denying the immediate finish to make it 7-12. The underdog is still fighting to flip the script here. Unreal, a total bloodbath that ends with Catalyst surviving on just 8 HP to take the map. He just kept surviving those scrapes when it mattered most. Havoc fought hard, but he couldn't crack the wall. What a fight! Welcome to red line. Phantom and Havoc face off now, with the favorite looking to maintain their edge. We'll be right back with more from red line after a quick technical break. We are back live on red line with Phantom and Havoc locked at 0-all. Phantom holds a lifetime 64% win rate over Havoc in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, Havoc actually took their most recent meeting, meaning Phantom is fighting to reclaim his dominance here. The question is whether Havoc can repeat that upset. Havoc catches him right off the ramp and keeps this streak alive. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Havoc picks him off the Tetris for 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is getting outplayed here. Untouched, he makes it 4 in a row with a clean snap. Rank 6 is playing like the top seed right now. Phantom takes him from the ramp, showing some grit to keep this close at 2-4. The favorite finally finds a way to answer back. He snaps to the target for 2 in a row, refusing to let the lead grow. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Wow, how? He wipes out Havoc without taking a hit to tie it up at 4-4. Total reset, we're back to a dead heat. Takes the win from the Tetris, making it 4 in a row to claim the lead. The favorite is playing exactly like the ladder expects. He shots him down from the ramp, making it 5 in a row. The favorite is playing exactly like the ladder expects. Another clean hit for 6 in a row, completely flipping the script before the break. Under 2 seconds for a total shot. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This half played out exactly as expected, with the top seed surviving an early scare to pull ahead. That 6-round streak from Phantom proves why he holds a 64% lifetime win rate in this matchup. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc shuts him down from the ramp, showing a real resilience to keep this close at 7-6. The underdog is refusing to fade away here. Unreal. He survives by a thread to tie these up at 7-7, continuing his climb back into the match. Insane. He survives another one with barely any health left. Phantom answers back with a clean kill to reclaim the lead 8-7, showing real resilience. The favorite finally puts a stop to that slide. He wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit to tie this up at 8-8. The underdog is playing exactly like his last meeting with the favorite. He doesn't take a single hit here, reclaiming the lead 9-8 as the comeback continues. The highest rated player on the ladder is refusing to let this slip. He picks him off the ramp to break the streak and make it 10-8. Quick reaction time to keep the pressure on the ladder. He doesn't take a hit, making it 3 in a row to erase that early deficit. Fastest kill of the match so far. Boom! He doesn't take a hit to make it 4 straight, putting him on match point. 0 damage taken for a second. Havoc snaps back to halt that run, keeping himself alive at 12-9. A quick snap to prevent the shutout. Boom! He wipes him out without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He gets his revenge for that last meeting and puts the head-to-head back in his favor. Havoc fought hard, but he couldn't stop that run. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in this 1v1 rifle duel for the win. Wow, Catalyst knocks him off heaven and survives with just 12 HP. He's already coming off a 13-7 win against him today. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. The rank 4 player is living up to the favorite tag. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their all-time head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, Havoc is playing much better today with a 5-3 record over the last 24 hours. It's a question of whether the historical trend holds or if Havoc has finally figured him out. Havoc catches him from heaven, making it 3 in a row. Havoc rank 6 on the ladder is flipping the script here. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. He's played more than 20 matches already today. Havoc takes him from the Tetris, pulling ahead by 1 round. He's playing a very active schedule with 21 wins already today. Deadlock, Havoc and Catalyst are knotted up at 4-4. Quick exchange, just over 2 seconds to decide it. Havoc takes him from the Tetris. He's starting to pull away in this one. The underdog is defying the historical trend here. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, and we've got ourselves a total stalemate heading into the final few. The rank 4 player is fighting to keep that favorite status. Catalyst edges ahead 6-5 in a tight battle. Under 2 seconds, just a blink and it's over. Catalyst leads 7-5. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a narrow lead. Catalyst's 73% win rate on the arena is showing, but Havoc stays within striking distance. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst clings to a slim 7-6 lead here. Fast exchange, just over 2 seconds to decide it. Pure chaos now. Havoc levels it at 7-7. Insane, under 2 seconds to end that streak. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, halting that mini run and reclaiming a 1-round lead. He's already played 24 matches today. Havoc strikes back to make it 8-8. Absolute deadlock. Blistering speed, just under a second and a half to decide it. Catalyst nudges ahead, 9-8 in this nail biter. He's playing his 24th match of the day. Catalyst takes him from the ramp. This win streak is starting to put some real distance between them. Catalyst knocks him off the Tetris, making it 3 in a row. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to him on Orange earlier. Boom! Havoc snaps that run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to keep this close at 9-11. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to reach match point at 12-9. The favorite is just too consistent here. Unreal. Both players hit each other, but he survives the scrap to make it 10-12. Both of them trading blood to stay in this. He refuses to go away. Havoc makes it 2 in a row to keep this alive at 11-12. The underdog is completely flipping the script on this one. Unreal. He makes it 3 in a row to tie this up at 12-12, forcing overtime. Insane, he just erased that lead in a blink. Whoa, a total slugfest. Catalyst survives the carnage to take it 13-12 and win the match. Absolute carnage there, barely surviving with 31 HP. Catalyst is pulling ahead again. He just needs one more to close this out in overtime. He's proving why he's top 7% on the ladder. Catalyst keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, reaching match point at 12-15. Just an absolute wall for the favorite today. Boom! Catalyst closes it out with 4 straight to take the map. He just wouldn't let Havoc break that historical streak. Even after pushing it deep into overtime, he had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc take on Fast Aim, with the favorite looking to maintain their edge. Phantom holds a 67% win rate on this map over a massive sample size. He's already coming off a win against Havoc earlier today, and the ladder reflects that gap with Phantom sitting at number 1. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt this pattern. Phantom picks him off the ramp for 3 in a row. Best player on the ladder, making it look easy. He knocks him off the ramp for 4 in a row. The highest rated guy on the ladder is just playing his game. Havoc catches him from the wine box to break the run, making it 4-1. Havoc is a top quartile player for a reason. Havoc picks him off the ramp for another win, showing some real resilience here. The underdog is flipping the script here. Phantom has won over 60% of their head-to-head clashes across a massive sample size. He's already beaten Havoc earlier today, and that history is making it hard for the underdog to build any real momentum. It's a question of whether Havoc can actually break the trend this time. Phantom pulls ahead 6-3, reclaiming total control here. He's playing for a redemption after that 39 loss earlier today. Phantom picks him off the toolbox to push the lead to 8-3. The best player on the ladder asserting his authority again. Phantom pushes to 7-4, keeping Havoc at arm's length. Havoc ranks 6 on the ladder, refusing to back down. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the world #1 using his map edge to keep Havoc at bay. Now we see if the underdog can close the gap after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom knocks him off the ramp in a blink. These rounds are ending way too fast for Havoc to recover. Gone in a blink, barely a second and a half. Phantom takes this one from the ramp, and now he's just 3 rounds away from closing this out. Matching the result of their last meeting earlier today. Phantom picks him off the wine box to make it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder just isn't letting up. Phantom doesn't even take a hit there. That's 4 in a row, and he's at match point. Under a second for that kill. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, keeping himself in this at 12-5. Whoa, a much slower pace to get that one back. Boom, he takes it from the ramp to win the map 13-5. He just had his number all day. That sub 1 second kill really summed up the gap between these two. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Catalyst take on the map Orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a 62% win rate on this map, which gives him a clear historical edge over Catalyst here. It's an interesting dynamic because Catalyst usually owns the head-to-head record overall. We'll see if the map advantage outweighs the long-term history. Catalyst pushes ahead 2-1, putting Phantom on the back foot. The best player on the ladder is struggling here. And again, 3 in a row for Catalyst, who's now firmly in control at 3-1. He's playing the role of favorite here. Wow, a total slugfest. Phantom barely survives that exchange to bring it to 3-2. The best player on the ladder is fighting back. Catalyst strikes back to lead 4-2. 1 second, absolute blink and you miss it speed there. Phantom narrows the gap to 3-4 after that kill. Catalyst coming off a 13-7 win on this map recently. Phantom has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. The best player on the ladder is proving it here. Unreal, he survives on a sliver of health to make it 3 in a row. Insane, he just refuses to go down. Boom, that's 4 in a row for Phantom, who didn't take a single hit there. The number 1 guy on the ladder is taking over. He trades through the damage to make it 5 straight, heading into the break with a 7-4 lead. Pure speed, barely a second and a half of action. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but the underdog is currently pulling off the surprise here. That 5-round streak from Phantom shifted the entire momentum of the half. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst doesn't miss a shot here, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive at 7-6. Clean kill, didn't even take a hit there. Phantom is putting up a 28-17 record over the last 24 hours, showing he's in much better form than Catalyst right now. That momentum is helping him overcome a head-to-head record where Catalyst typically holds the upper hand. The question is, if Catalyst can find a way to flip this script. He breaks the comeback attempt. 3 in a row for Phantom to lead 10-6. Rank 1 on the ladder asserting his authority here. He doesn't take a single hit there, making it 4 in a row to lead 11-6. 4 in a row, all ending in about 2 seconds. He takes a few hits but manages to trade out, reaching match point with 5 straight. Took some damage but still outpaced him. Whoa, he snaps the streak. Catalyst takes that one without taking a single hit. A sharp response to keep the game alive. Another clean hit for Catalyst, who keeps this run going at 12-8. Another blink and you miss it kill to keep the game alive. Boom, he shuts it down in under a second to take the map. 13-8. He really clawed back from those early rounds, barely scraping through twice under 30 HP to secure the win. Welcome to Redline. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in today's Berserk League duel. Let's see who wins. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to take the opening round. He's already won their last 5 meetings. Catalyst has a 78% win rate on this map and is translating that historical edge into a very fast start here. He's currently the 3rd best player on our ladder, while Havoc is sitting in the top 6. The question is whether Havoc can close that gap before this gets out of hand. Havoc holds him off from the ramp, showing some real resilience to make it 2-3. Barely survived that one with 48 HP. Catalyst surges ahead to a dominant 4-1 lead. Whoa, he just deleted him in under a second. Havoc catches him from the ramp, refusing to let this lead grow. Clean look from the ramp to keep this close. The underdog is refusing to fade early here. Catalyst leads 5-2 as Havoc fights for air. He's coming off a 16-12 win against him just now. Havoc has a 5-5 record in the last 24 hours, but is currently on a 4-game losing streak. He's struggling to find any momentum today after dropping 3 straight matches, including that close one against Catalyst. The question is if he can break this slide before halftime. Havoc reacts quicker here to bring the score to 3-7. Top 5% of the ladder, but he's feeling the pressure now. Catalyst pushes to 8-3, leaving Havoc in the dust. He's played 23-25 in the last day alone. Catalyst takes a 9-3 lead into the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, given Catalyst wins 72% of their head-to-head matchups. Havoc needs a complete reset on the switch to avoid a quick exit. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc makes it 4-9, still chasing Catalyst's lead. A top quartile battle where the underdog is fighting back. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to keep the lead wide open. The rank 3 player just reclaiming control. These rounds are ending in a blink. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now. The favorite just reclaiming the momentum here. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to reach match point, making it 12-4. The favorite is simply too consistent today. Wow, he knocks him off the Tetris to keep the match alive. Insane raid to shut it down at the last second. Boom, boom. He doesn't miss a shot and walks away with the map. He just had Havoc's number all day. Another one for the history books in this rivalry. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Mappas, the favorite looking for another strong win. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he's facing a Havoc who is desperate to snap a 5-loss streak. That gap in rating usually tells the whole story, especially since Phantom just beat him 13-5 in their last meeting. We'll see if Havoc can actually sustain this start. Havoc leads 2-1. The underdog is actually holding on. The best player on the ladder asserts himself. Phantom catches him right on the ramp to take the lead. 3-2. The best player on the ladder is making it look easy. Havoc strikes back to lead it 3-2. 1 second is all it took to flip this. Havoc pulls further ahead, now leading 4-2. Our best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. 3 in a row for Havoc, completely erasing the momentum Phantom had built. He doesn't even take a hit. It's 4 in a row for Havoc. Complete reversal of their last 13-5 result. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to snap that run, making it 3-6. Still, the highest rated guy on the ladder. Havoc catches him from the ramp to push the lead to 7-3. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, yet he's struggling to find any footing here. It's a complete reversal of their usual history, where Phantom typically holds a significant edge. The question is whether he can salvage this before it slips away. Havoc leads 8-4 at the break. This is a shock start given Phantom wins 64% of their head-to-head matchups. The underdog is playing out of his mind and has the favorite on the ropes. Side swap, Phantom needs a risk. Phantom claws one back to make it 5-8. The top quartile talent is finally facing a wall. He doesn't take a single hit here. That's 2 in a row for Phantom as he fights his way back. Havoc picks him off from the ramp, instantly killing that momentum Phantom was building. Havoc is defying the ladder rankings here. Clean kill for Phantom, who doesn't take a hit as he continues this comeback attempt. Pure speed on that kill, just under 3 seconds. Havoc keeps a 3-round cushion, leading 10-7. Havoc is fighting through a tough 5-loss run in his last 10. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience as he cuts the lead to 8-10. Trading blows here as neither can string together a run. He doesn't take a hit here. 2 in a row for Phantom as he continues to climb back. Insane speed, just under 1.5 seconds. Havoc just killed that mini run. He refuses to let Phantom get any closer here. Havoc is playing far above his 48% all-time win rate here. He deletes him in under 1 second without taking a hit, continuing this resilient climb to 10-11. Havoc catches him from the ramp to reach match point 12-10. The clear favorite is now just a spectator to this run. Phantom catches him from the ramp to keep this comeback alive, making it 11-12. That was a long drawn-out fight compared to the last few. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives the exchange to tie it 12-12, forcing overtime. Unreal, he survives on a sliver of health to force this. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 straight, completing an incredible climb back. Unreal. He just completely flipped the script on this series. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 straight for Phantom as he carries this momentum forward. 14-12. Another clean kill. He keeps the run alive to reach match point 15-12. The favorite finally puts his grip on the series. Wow, a total bloodbath. Havoc survives on a sliver of health to keep the fight alive. Absolute nail-biter. He barely walked away from that one. Boom, boom. He deletes him without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to stop that round. Havoc pushed the #1 guy to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Phantom takes it from the wine, getting an early lead against the favorite. The best player on the ladder, starting things off right. Phantom holds a 66% win rate on this map, which gives him a clear historical edge here. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who typically struggles on this layout despite being a favorite in their overall head-to-head. The question is whether Catalyst can ignore those trends and keep this momentum going. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. The #3 guy on the ladder looks very comfortable here. He picks him off the wine without taking a hit. That's 4 in a row. The favorite is making it look easy today. Phantom knocks him off the Tetris to break the run, showing some real resilience. The slight favorite is finally starting to push back. He doesn't take a single hit here. That's 2 in a row for Phantom. Total shutdown. Not even 2 seconds on the clock. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head 349 to 298. He typically holds the upper hand in this matchup, and the current score reflects that historical confidence. The question is if Phantom can use his recent win over Catalyst to flip the script here. Another clean kill for Phantom to tie this up at 5-5. He's showing real grit after that early deficit. Wow. He deletes him in under half a second. That's 3 straight for Phantom before the break. We're tied 6-6 at the half. Catalyst entered as the heavy favorite, but Phantom is playing like the top-rated player on the ladder. Watch to see if Phantom's 66% map win rate carries him to an upset. Side swap, fresh start. He survives a heavy exchange to take the lead 7-6, continuing this climb after that early deficit. He barely walked away from that one with 47 HP. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping back to a lead and continuing this climb. Phantom edges ahead 8-7, seizing control of the game. The best player on the ladder, facing some resistance now. Catalyst picks him off the wine to tie this up. We've got a dead heat here. He's fighting to avenge that 13-8 loss from earlier today. He knocks him off the wine to retake the lead. 9-8 continuing this climb. He walks away without a scratch, making it 2 in a row and pushing the lead to 10-8. The slight favorite's really starting to pull away here. Catalyst takes him from the wine to bring this right back to a one-round game. The number 3 guy on the ladder isn't folding. Catalyst forces a deadlock at 10-10. Absolute chaos. The best player on the ladder is suddenly under pressure. He shuts down the run with another win, making it 3 straight for Catalyst. A tight window for the best player on the ladder to respond. Boom, Phantom wipes him out without taking a hit to tie it at 11-11. The slight favorite refusing to let the lead slip away. He survives a messy exchange to take a 12-11 lead. Match point for Catalyst. Tough break for the slight favorite after that scrap. Unreal. He survives a scrap to close it out 13-11 and takes the map. He just defied the map history here. Phantom had the edge on Italy, but he couldn't close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. Havoc and Catalyst face off now with the favorite looking for another strong win. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to start things off. The favorite is usually the one controlling this matchup. Havoc catches him right off the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Tough start for him after that 13-5 win in their last meeting. Catalyst catches him right off the ramp to keep this one close. The top 5% talent on the ladder showing up now. Havoc knocks him off the toolbox, pushing the lead to 4-1. Catalyst is the higher rated player on the ladder. Havoc catches him from the ramp and is really starting to pull away here. Fastest round of the match so far. Havoc deletes him from the ramp, keeping the streak alive at 5-1. Hard to believe he's the one struggling here. Unreal. He survives with just 10 HP after a total bloodbath to make it 4 in a row. Total reversal from his recent 5-13 loss to Catalyst. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean win to make it 6-2. He's a top 5% talent on the ladder. Catalyst picks him off from the wine box to make it 6-4 and keep this comeback alive. Coming off a 25 day so far. Havoc picks him off the wine box from the ramp, putting a real dent in that comeback attempt. Blink and you missed it. Just 1.6 seconds on that one. Havoc picks him off the ramp and is really putting some distance between them now. Catalyst usually owns this head-to-head matchup. Havoc leads 8-4. We expected Catalyst to control this, but the underdog is flipping the script here. Havoc is defying a head-to-head history where Catalyst wins 72% of their meetings. Sides swap, time for a reset. Havoc takes him from the wine box and he's really starting to put a grip on this game. He's playing a much better game than his recent 6-loss streak suggests. Havoc picks him off the ramp and the gap is just widening at this point. Hard to reconcile with his recent 13-16 loss to Phantom. Catalyst is a 25-25 player today and is finally starting to play like the favorite in this match. He holds a significant lead on the ladder, so the question is whether he can bridge this gap before Havoc closes it out. Havoc takes him from the toolbox, putting a serious dent in that little run Catalyst had going. Havoc, rank 7 on the ladder, is refusing to fold here. Catalyst takes it from the toolbox and he's starting to chip away at that lead. He's the rank 3 player on the ladder for a reason. Catalyst knocks him off the wine box, and that's 3 wins in a row to keep this comeback moving. Coming off a dominant 13-5 win in their last meeting. He shuts it down in half a second. Havoc is now at match point. Pure speed on that kill to shut him down. Catalyst blasts him off the ramp to keep this alive, leaving Havoc at match point. He's finally finding a way to push back. He wipes him off the bricks without taking a hit, refusing to let this match slip away. Clean read on the bricks to keep the pressure mounting. He plucks him off the wine box without taking a hit, making it 3 straight for Catalyst. Unreal. He blasts him off the toolbox to make it 4 straight and force overtime at 12-12. Wow, a complete momentum shift to force the extra frames. Boom. He wins the duel and the map, capping a 5-round tier to complete the comeback. Insane finish to a complete reversal of fortunes. Havoc snipes him off the ramp to break the run and tie it up at 13-13. Havoc actually holds the edge on this specific map. Catalyst plucks him off the wine box without taking a hit, showing incredible resilience to lead 14-13. The favorite reclaiming his ground when it matters most. He snaps that streak and puts himself at match point, refusing to let this slip. A much slower duel, but he gets the result. Just a slugfest of a duel, but he gets the result. Havoc catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, denying the match point. Catalyst edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail-biter. Catalyst pushes to 17-15, nearly sealing this thriller. He's finally playing like the rank 3 player on the ladder. Havoc claws back to 16-17, keeping this alive. Coming off a tough 5-13 loss to him recently. Absolute deadlock at 17-17 as Havoc forces the tie. 2 in a row for him to force the deadlock. Havoc surges ahead 18-17 to seize the lead. The underdog has completely seized control of the pace. Havoc pulls ahead 19-17 to put the pressure on. He finally breaks that losing streak in the most stressful way possible, outlasting the rank 3 player in overtime. Havoc really had to work for that. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom leads the head-to-head 832-472 over his opponent. He's the best player on our ladder and usually controls these matchups. So Havoc taking the first round is a bit of a surprise. The question is whether Havoc can actually disrupt the pattern here. Another one. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Phantom answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 1-3. The ladder's best player isn't letting this slide. Havoc pushes to 4-1. Phantom is struggling here. Havoc is playing above his usual 48% all-time win rate here. Havoc hits 5, leaving Phantom trailing far behind. Phantom's coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Catalyst. Another clean one. He's on a 3-round streak and now leads 6-1. Havoc is playing much better than his recent 30% form. Phantom snaps that run with a quick hit, pulling it back to 2-6. He's coming off a 31-18 run over the last day. Havoc knocks him off the box, moving his lead to 5 rounds. Havoc is playing well against the highest rated guy on the ladder. Havoc is currently sitting at a 6-7 record over the last 24 hours, but he's playing some of his best games of the day right here. He's managing to ignore the historical gap and put the league's best player in a hole. The question is if Phantom can find a way to halt this slide. (4-8) Havoc. The underdog is flipping the script here, completely defying the 64% head-to-head win rate Phantom usually holds. We're looking at the real upset if Havoc keeps this pace after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom claws one back, now trailing Havoc 5-8. Blazing fast kills, under 2 seconds, both times. He's the top-rated player on the ladder for a reason. Keeps rolling. That's 2 in a row for Phantom, who refuses to go away. The league's top-rated player is finally reclaiming his ground. He doesn't take a single hit. 3 in a row for Phantom as he claws back from the deep hole. Pure speed, another one under 2 seconds. Unreal, both players nearly empty their clips in a bloodbath, but Havoc survives with just 9 HP to make it 7-9. He walks away without a scratch, continuing this gritty climb back into the game. The favorite is finally bringing this back to a 1-round game. Havoc holds a slim 10-8 lead as this Titans is coming off a tight 1917 win over Catalyst. Havoc is pulling away again. 2 wins in a row puts him just a few steps from a huge upset. A top quartile performance from Havoc to stifle the comeback. He snaps that comeback attempt. 3 in a row for Havoc, putting him at match point. The underdog is just 1 kill away from the upset. Wow. Both players are shredded in a total bloodbath, but he survives with 8 HP to take the map. He barely scraped through twice, under 30 HP to pull off the upset against the ladder's best. He had to work for that. Welcome to Redline. Phantom takes on Catalyst in today's duel, where the favorite faces a very tough test. Catalyst takes it from the ramp to start things off, keeping that head-to-head edge alive. Coming off a 13-5 win here an hour ago. Catalyst holds a 350-298 lead in their all-time head-to-head history. He has the psychological edge here, having won 4 of their last 5 meetings. The question is whether the top-rated player on our ladder can flip the script. Both players take heavy damage, but Phantom shows some resilience to close it out. Tight scramble there, but he survives with just 47 health. 2 in a row for Phantom, who refuses to go away and cuts the lead to 2-3. Pure speed on that one, just a 1-second fight. Whoa, a complete slugfest. Catalyst barely scrapes by with 20 health to make it 4. The best player on our ladder is struggling to hold ground. Phantom catches him from the Tetris, showing real grit to pull this back to 3-4. The slight favorite is starting to find his footing. Boom! He wipes the slate clean with a perfect shot to tie it at 4-4. The ladder's top-rated player is finally making it look easy. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit and makes it 3 in a row to take the lead. Pure speed, barely 2 seconds for that kill. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with almost nothing left to make it 4 straight. The slight favorite is completely taking over now. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to snap the round before the break. He's already beaten him 13-11 in their most recent meeting. 6 at the break. Catalyst usually controls this matchup, but Phantom is fighting back to keep this dead even. We'll see if Catalyst can leverage his 78% win rate on red line to pull away in the second half. Side swap, fresh start. Clean kill for Phantom, who stays resilient to reclaim the lead at 7-6. Just over a second for that kill. The ladder's highest rated player is asserting himself here. He catches him cold to make it 2 in a row, continuing this gritty climb back into the lead at 8-6. Catalyst strikes back to keep it 8-7. Fast reaction there, under 2 seconds for that kill. Catalyst levels the playing field at 8-8, coming off a tough 11-13 loss to him earlier today. He doesn't take a single hit to reclaim the lead at 9-8, showing real resilience. The ladder's top-rated player is making his move. Wow, a Total War Catalyst survives a brutal exchange with just 14 health to tie it at 9-9. Barely survived the bloodbath to keep this dead even. Catalyst edges ahead, 10-9, seizing the momentum here. He's currently playing as the 3rd best rated player on the ladder. Phantom catches him from the ramp to tie it at 10-10, completing a gritty comeback. A much longer fight there, but he gets the job done. Catalyst takes him right off the ramp to regain the lead. The 3rd best rated player on the ladder is holding firm. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to reach match point. 2 straight for him, shutting down the comeback attempt. Boom, 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 boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just can't seem to crack the code against this guy. Phantom pushed him to the limit, but he barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to seal it. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst take it to Mappas where the favorite faces a tough test. Catalyst wins 72% of their lifetime meetings, which really frames the history of this rivalry. While Havoc managed to take their most recent encounter, the ladder shows Catalyst as a top 5% player compared to Havoc in the top quartile. It's a question of whether that skill gap will dictate the rest of this set. Havoc catches him from the ramp to keep the momentum moving his way. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Both players land heavy hits, but he survives the trade to make it 3 in a row, coming off a 1917 win against him on fast aim just now. That's 4 in a row. He's completely taken over this set. The favorite is getting outplayed by the number 6 seed. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Havoc. Barely a second of engagement before he closes another. He trades shots and comes out on top 6 in a row for Havoc. The rank 3 guy is looking completely lost here. Wow, he survives a scrap on the ramp with almost nothing left to make it 7 in a row. Insane, he's just barely hanging on to the lead. Finally, Catalyst snaps that run with a clean kill to make it 7-2. The number 3 seed is finally starting to push back. Havoc is playing with a 45% win rate on this map, which gives him a slight historical edge over Catalyst here. He's riding that confidence after beating Catalyst 1917 in their last meeting. The question is whether Catalyst can lean on his higher rating to close this gap. Havoc 9, Catalyst 3. The underdog is throwing the script away, completely ignoring Catalyst's 72% lifetime win rate in this matchup. Havoc put up a 7-round run to turn this into a blowout before the side switch. Side swap, Catalyst needs a Catalyst claws one back, but Havoc leads 9-4. The number 3 seed is starting to show that rating gap. Catalyst finds another, but Havoc still holds a 9-5 lead. The number 3 seed is finally playing to his rating. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Coming off a balanced 26-26 day so far. Both players dump half their health into each other, but he survives the scrap to make it 4 in a row. Brutal mutual damage, but he's the one left standing. Havoc catches him from the ramp to snap that run and lead 10-7. Coming off a strong 13-8 win over Phantom earlier. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to bring it to 10-8. The favorite is finally starting to stabilize. He doesn't even take a hit, snapping that streak and showing real grit in this comeback. Our top 5% player is finally closing the gap. These rounds are flying by. Havoc just ends that in a blink to push the lead back to 2. Fast exchange there to keep the lead at... Catches him from the ramp to reach match point. Boom. He just shuts the door on that comeback attempt. Total He doesn't even take a hit, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive at 10-12. He survives the scrap to make it 2 in a row, refusing to let Havoc close this out. Our highest rated guy on the ladder is refusing to go away. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 straight, forcing overtime at 12-12. Pure speed on that last one to force the extra frames. Havoc survives a heavy exchange to take it 13-12 and win the map. Insane finish to a total nail-biter. Insane. Catalyst denies him from the ramp to tie it up at 13-13, continuing this incredible climb. Havoc takes him from the ramp, regaining the lead in a battle where neither side can hold a streak. The number 6 seed is flipping the script on the favorite. Cleanest kill of the set. He doesn't take a hit to tie it at 14-14. Pure deadlock between the favorite and the underdog. Catalyst denies him from the ramp to reach match point, continuing this incredible climb. Fastest kill of the entire set right there. Havoc catches him in a quick trade to tie it at 15 and reach match point. Absolute deadlock in a match that refuses to end. Catalyst edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute war. Havoc ties it at 16-16. We're in total overtime. Havoc edges ahead 17-16 in this absolute thriller. The number 6 seed is completely flipping the script today. Havoc pushes it to 18-16 to reclaim control. The underdog is completely erasing the ladder expectations here. Havoc surges to 19-16, putting a stranglehold on this. He just completely shook off that lifetime record to take it in overtime. Catalyst did everything he could, but Havoc's grit was just too much today. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc take on Orange, with the favorite looking to bounce back today. Phantom leads the head-to-head record with a 64% win rate over Havoc. However, the ladder shows that Havoc is currently on a 3-win streak, including a victory over Phantom in their last meeting. It's a question of whether the higher-rated player can stop the momentum here. Phantom edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. Insane, that's just over 1 second. Whoa, a complete scrap that nearly took both of them out. He survives by a thread to tie it 2. Phantom pulls ahead 3-2 to reclaim the lead. The ladder's number 2 is starting to assert himself. Phantom cruises to 4-2, leaving Havoc scrambling. Coming off a rough 10-13 loss to Catalyst just now. Havoc refuses to let Phantom pull away, bringing us right back to a 1-round game. He's coming off a strong 19-16 win over Catalyst. Havoc fights back to lock it up at 4-4. The underdog is making the favorite work for it today. Phantom strikes back to take a 5-4 lead. The rank 2 guy is stabilizing here. Deadlocked. We are right back to a tie as neither player can put together a real run. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, is playing fearless today. Phantom picks him off the ramp to reclaim a 2-round lead. The favorite is finally fighting back after that 8-13 loss earlier. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This tracks with a pre-match raid as the favorite holds a slim lead despite Havoc's recent hot streak. We'll see if Phantom can lean on his 62% win rate on Orange to close this out. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom pushes it to 7-6 to keep the lead. Havoc is playing like he did in that 13-8 win earlier. Havoc levels it at 7-7. We are dead even. He's playing the role of the spoiler today. Phantom shuts down that mini run just in time to keep the lead. Our rank 2 guy trying to shake off the 3-game skid. Havoc claws back to 8-8. We're totally reset. Insane, that was just over 1 second. Phantom breaks the deadlock to lead 9-8. Quickest exchange of the match so far. Phantom has a 31-20 record over the last 24 hours and is finally translating that activity into a lead here. He entered this match on a 3-loss skid, so he's fighting to prove those recent results were just a fluke. The question is whether Havoc can break this current run. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience to keep this fight alive. At 11-9, cleanest kill of the set to keep this within 2. A tight exchange, but Phantom comes out on top to hit match point at 12-9. The favorite is finally asserting that gap in rating. Boom! A clean kill to wrap it up. Phantom takes the map 13-9. He finally snaps that losing streak and proves his map history was no fluke. Havoc kept it competitive, but he just couldn't stop the slide. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Catalyst face off today in a close matchup to see who comes out on top. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with 351 wins over Phantom. That historical edge is continuing here after Catalyst took their last meeting as well. The question is, if our top-rated player can flip the script today. Wow, a complete brawl. Catalyst survives by a thread with just 14 HP to make it 2-0. The best player on the ladder hasn't found his footing yet. Catches him from the Tetris for 3 in a row, leaving Phantom with nothing. The best player on the ladder is struggling to respond. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. Coming off that 13-9 win against Havoc, he's looking lost. He catches him from the ramp for 5 in a row, taking a huge lead. The heavy favorite is just playing his role here. A messy exchange, but he comes out on top. 6 in a row for Catalyst. Fastest kill of the match so far. He catches him from the ramp for 7 in a row. Absolute control. The number 1 player on the ladder is completely shut out. Finally, Phantom snaps the streak with a clean hit to make it 2-7. The best player on the ladder finally draws blood. Phantom is coming in with a 32-20 record in the last 24 hours, which explains the energy he's bringing into this set. He's currently the best player on the ladder, and he's finally starting to play like it. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going. Catalyst pulls away again to make it 9-2. Catalyst has a 73% win rate on this map. .210. This half tracks the pre-match expectations perfectly. Catalyst just ran through the number 1 player, including a 7-round win streak that left Phantom reeling. Now we see if the lead holds. Phantom needs a total reset here. Phantom grabs one, but Catalyst still holds a 10-3 lead. Quick exchange there, just over 2 seconds. The best player on the ladder refuses to go play. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react today. Under 2 seconds for that kill. A slugfest of a round, but he comes out on top to reach match point. A scrappy exchange, but he handles the pressure. Boom. He shuts the door with 3 straight to take the match 13-3. He just had Phantom's number all day, keeping that head-to-head lead firmly in his pocket. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Italy, with the favorite looking to maintain their edge. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head with 729 wins over Havoc. Despite that history, Havoc actually took their most recent encounter and is looking to prove that result wasn't a fluke. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his usual edge here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Havoc. Hard to believe he's the one struggling here, being rank 3. He doesn't even take a scratch. That's 4 in a row for Havoc. The favorite is looking completely lost here. Finally, Catalyst answers back with a clean hit to make it 4-1. He's the rank 3 player on the ladder for a reason. He makes it 2 in a row, showing real resilience to chip away at that lead. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Catalyst has a 69% all-time win rate, but he's struggling to translate that experience into results today. He's already played 27-27 in the last day, and the fatigue might be showing against a highly rated opponent like Havoc. The question is if Catalyst can find a way to stop this slide. Havoc pulls ahead 6-3, leaving Catalyst chasing the game. Coming off that 1916 win over him recently. Catalyst doesn't take a single hit here, keeping his resilience alive to bring it to 6-4. Clean hit, didn't even let him Havoc extends it to 7-4, keeping Catalyst at bay. Havoc rank 6 on the ladder is playing like the favorite. Havoc leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the 72% all-time head-to-head advantage Catalyst holds here. Havoc played the better half, and now the rank 3 player has to figure out how to stop the bleed. Side swap, time for a reset. Havoc pushes to 8-5, putting Catalyst in a hole. Neither player has a real map edge here. Havoc picks him off from the Tetris, leaving Catalyst stuck on the wine. He's really struggling to match the top quartile pace here. Havoc snaps the run and makes it 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 10-5. He's currently playing the role of the underdog here. Another clean hit. That's 4 in a row for Havoc to make it 11-5. Barely 2 seconds and he's gone again. Catalyst snaps the run from the Tetris, bringing it to 11-6. He's currently top 5% on the ladder. These rounds are ending in a blur. Catalyst is reacting faster and faster as he chips away at this lead. 2 clean hits in a row to cut the lead. Havoc wins the exchange to reach match point, leading 12-7. Quick exchange, barely 2 seconds of action. Boom. Havoc shuts it down with a quick burst to take the map. He just completely shut down that head-to-head history. Havoc's making it 2 in a row against the rank 3 player. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc meet on fast aim, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 833 wins over Havoc. Even with that historical edge, Phantom is coming off a loss to Catalyst just an hour ago. The question is whether he can shake that off and reclaim the lead here. Havoc pushes ahead 2-1, putting Phantom on the back foot. The ladder's number 2 showing why he's the... Phantom flips the script here. He's taken 3 in a row to seize control of the set. The number 2 guy on the ladder is back in it. Phantom picks him off the toolbox, making it 3 in a row. He's looking to repeat that 13-9 result from their last meeting. Havoc catches him from the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. The rank 6 guy is refusing to back down. Phantom edges ahead 4-3 to regain the advantage. The top 2 players on the ladder fighting for every inch. Phantom catches him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Pure speed, that one was over in under 2 seconds. Havoc catches him right off the ramp, pulling this set completely level, coming off a solid 13-7 win over Catalyst earlier today. Phantom has a 67% win rate on this map over thousands of matches. That historical comfort is starting to show as he pulls away from Havoc. The question is if Havoc can disrupt that pattern before the lead gets out of hand. Phantom leads 7-5. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite using a 3-round streak to build a small cushion. Havoc is keeping it close, but he's fighting against that 64% head-to-head disadvantage. Side swap, Havoc needs a spark. Picks him off the ramp from the toolbox, showing real resilience to keep this close. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite breathe. Phantom knocks him off the toolbox to keep his lead. The gap is widening as Havoc struggles to hold the lead. Havoc catches him on the ramp for a clean kill, showing real resilience to stay in this pure chaos on the ramp with both of them fighting for space. Phantom picks him off the toolbox from the ramp, extending that lead to 2. The number 2 guy on the ladder holding his ground. Phantom surges to 10-7, putting Havoc in a hole. That was a blur over in just over 1 second. He snaps that run right back, making it 3 in a row for Phantom to lead 11-7. The top 2 players on the ladder facing off again. Havoc catches him from the ramp to break the run, bringing it to 11-8. The top quartile talent refusing to go away quietly. He deletes him in less than a second without taking a hit. Havoc is refusing to go away, making it 2 in a row to bring this to 11-9. Unreal, Phantom survives with just 10 HP to take match point 12-9. Insane, he survives on a sliver of health to break that run. Boom! Phantom closes it out from the ramp to take the map 13-9. He barely scraped through that last one on a sliver of health to seal it. Havoc really pushed him there. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 352, 298 over a long history. He's already used that mental edge to beat Phantom in a blowout just a few matches ago, and he looks poised to repeat it here. The question is if Phantom can leverage his map advantage to turn the tide. Phantom takes a 2-1 lead and smells blood. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself early. These rounds are over in a blink. We're seeing some incredibly fast reactions from both sides today. Catalyst claws back to lead it 3-2. The ladder's top 3 battling it out right now. Catches him from the box, 3 in a row for Catalyst. Coming off a 13-3 win over him just now. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find an answer. Boom! Phantom breaks the run and shows some real grit to make it 3-5. Insane speed on that kill. Barely 2 seconds of action. Catalyst takes him from the box. He's really starting to pull away here. 1 second, that was practically a teleport. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to pull it back to 4-6. The slight favorite is starting to find his footing here. Phantom has been 33-21 in the last 24 hours, yet he's unable to shake this lead. It's a strange contrast to the ladder, where he's our top-rated player, but he's simply not getting the better of Catalyst today. The question is if he can stop this slide before halftime. Phantom 5, Catalyst 7. This is tracking right with the expectations, as Catalyst holds the lead despite Phantom's higher win rate on Dunes. He used a 4-round streak to keep the top-rated player at bay. Side swap time for a risk. Catalyst extends the gap to 8-5 right now. The 3 guy on the ladder is playing like the favorite. Catalyst pushes to 9-5, leaving Phantom in the dust. Pure speed, barely a second of action there. Unreal, a total slugfest where he survives by a mere 3 HP to make it 6-9. Whoa, surviving on a sliver of health there. Catalyst hits 10 and is cruising right now. The slight favorite is struggling to keep pace. Catalyst is just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. He's proving to be the heavy favorite in this one. Phantom refuses to go quietly. He's fighting to keep this within reach. Pure speed there. Barely a second of action. Phantom has all the momentum now. He's won 2 straight to bring this within a few rounds. He shuts him down in a second without taking a hit. Match point for Catalyst. Game over. He deletes him without taking a hit to take the map. He just completely ignored the map stats here. Catalyst proves once again that he's got Phantom's number. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on orange with the favorite looking for another win today. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history, a gap that usually defines this rivalry. Even though Havoc took their most recent meeting, Catalyst is the higher-rated player on the ladder and is playing like it. The question is if Havoc can break that historical pattern here. Catalyst leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. That was a blink and you miss it, kill. These rounds are flying by. Catalyst is just too quick for him right now. Catalyst is ranked 3 on the ladder, looks every bit the favorite. Catalyst cruises to 4-1. Havoc is struggling here, coming off a strong 13-8 win against Phantom today. Havoc answers back here, showing some real grit to cut the lead to 2-4. Quickest kill of the match so far. He doesn't even take a hit, 2 in a row for Havoc, who refuses to fade away. The favorite is suddenly looking vulnerable. Havoc is currently 9-9 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of inconsistency that Catalyst is capitalizing on. While Havoc has the experience of over 15,000 matches, Catalyst is playing with much more stability today. We'll see if Havoc can steady himself before the lead grows. Catalyst pulls ahead 6-4, reclaiming the momentum. He's playing as one of the top 5 on the ladder. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, putting a real dent in Havoc's hopes for a comeback. 2 quick ones in a row for him. Catalyst leads 8-4. This half played out exactly as expected, with the favorite controlling the pace. Catalyst used a 3-round streak to build this gap and keep Havoc off balance. Side swap, time for a reset. Whoa, he scrapes by from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange to make it 5-8. Both players are essentially dead even on this map historically. He snaps that streak in 2. Havoc keeps fighting back, pulling it to 6-8. The favorite is suddenly playing from a position of doubt. He's not stopping. 3 in a row for Havoc, who continues to claw back from that early deficit. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. Catalyst halts the slide with a clean kill, pushing his lead to 9-7. Havoc, rank 6, is fighting a tough battle here. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to bring it to 8-9. Catalyst edges ahead 10-8, stalling Havoc's huge run, one of the most active players on the ladder today. He doesn't even take a hit, keeping the pressure on to bring it to 9-10. The favorite is struggling to keep a grip on this one. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit, erasing the lead to tie it at 10-10. The underdog is completely erasing the gap here. Catalyst just shut that door. He can't let Havoc build any more momentum after that run. He's the most active player in the league today. He snaps that run instantly. Catalyst takes it 12-10 and reaches match point. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to keep this comeback alive, bringing it to 11-12. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just barely holds on to that head-to-head edge. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit this time. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc meet on Mapas, where the favorite looks to maintain their strong lead. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, which is a significant edge over Havoc's history here. He's also the higher rated player on the ladder, so we expect him to adjust quickly after that first round. The question is if Havoc can keep this early pressure up. Phantom picks him off the ramp to keep this close. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder, refusing to fall behind. Havoc surges ahead, taking a commanding 3-1 lead. 2 seconds and he's gone. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to bring this back to a 1-round game. Just like their last meeting where he took it 13-9. Phantom fights back to tie it up at 3-3. Insane speed on that last one, just over a second. Phantom doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row to take the lead. He's playing like the rank 2 guy on the ladder. Havoc snaps that run with a clean hit to tie it up at 4-4. Phantom edges ahead again, making it 5-4. Havoc coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Catalyst earlier. Phantom has won 64% of their all-time head-to-head meetings, and that historical edge is showing here. While both players have struggled against Catalyst today, Phantom is the only one of the two with a winning record in the last 24 hours. The question is whether Havoc can break this trend before halftime. He survives a heavy exchange to make it 3 in a row before the break. Tough way to end the half, barely surviving with 45 HP. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite utilizing his 70% win rate on Mapas to stay ahead. Havoc stays within striking distance, but Phantom has the momentum. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this close at 7-6. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Havoc catches him from the ramp to tie this up at 7-7. The favorite is finally feeling the pressure. Phantom recaptures the lead, moving ahead 8-7. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder, keeping his composure here. Phantom pushes to 9-7, widening the gap again. Havoc's 9-10 run over the last day is weighing on him. He wins a fast exchange to pull it back to 9-8, refusing to let the gap widen. Our underdog is refusing to fold today. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to push this lead to 2. The top quartile struggle continues for him. Phantom's pulling away now. A 3-round lead at this stage is a mountain for Havoc to climb. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder just needs 2 more. He takes a hit, but manages to trade back, continuing this gritty comeback to make it 11-9. Barely survives that exchange with 47 HP. Havoc snaps the streak with a clean hit, showing real resilience to bring this to 11-10. The underdog is flipping the script on the face. Phantom wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit to reach match point. The favorite is finally asserting his authority when it matters most. Boom. He wins the exchange to close it out. 13-10. Havoc really pushed him to the limit, but that head-to-head history just keeps following them. He had to work for that. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Catalyst face off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom carries a 66% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to the struggle Catalyst has had here. While Catalyst typically has the edge in their head-to-head history, the map preference is favoring the number 2 player on the ladder right now. The question is if Catalyst can overcome that historical disadvantage. Phantom picks him right off the wine. These rounds are over in a blink. The number 2 player on the ladder is holding his ground. Phantom pulls ahead 3-1, putting Catalyst in a hole. Coming off a strong 13-10 win against Havoc today. Catalyst claws back to make it 3-2 for Phantom. Our rank 3 player is leaning on that H2H lead. Phantom is starting to build some real distance here, putting the pressure back on the favorite. Quick reaction there, under 2 seconds. Phantom is coming in with a 34-22 record over the last 24 hours, showing significantly more consistency across his matches today than Catalyst. It's a shift in momentum from their last meeting where Catalyst took the win. The question is if Catalyst can break this slide. Catalyst snaps the streak with a clean hit, showing real resilience to keep this close. 2 in a row and both under 2 seconds. Phantom pushes it to 6-4, extending the gap. Our number 2 guy is fighting to flip the H2H script. He doesn't even take damage in a sub-second erase, keeping the comeback alive before the break. We're all tied at 6. Catalyst entered as the heavy favorite, but Phantom is playing like the map expert with that 66% win rate on Italy. It's a dead heat heading into the second half. Side swap, let's see who blink. Phantom edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. Our rank 3 guy is feeling the pressure now. He doesn't take a single point of damage to tie it at 7-7, continuing this resilient climb. The slight favorite is now fighting from a dead heat. Phantom strikes first to grab an 8-7 advantage. The ladder's top 2 are fighting for every inch. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives with just 16 HP to make it 9-7. Our number 2 guy is flipping the script on the favorite. A gritty back and forth exchange, but he digs deep to keep this comeback alive at 9-8. The slight favorite is seeing his lead shrink. Phantom breaks away to lead 10-8 after that hit. Sub-second erase there, barely glimpse. He answers right back, showing real grit to keep this gap at 1. The slight favorite is seeing his grip slip. Phantom is carving out a real lead here, putting Catalyst in a tough spot as we head toward the finish. He shuts down the comeback attempt without taking a hit. Match point for Phantom at 12-9. The slight favorite is now just 1 hit away. Boom, he shuts it down in a blink to take the map 13-9. He finally flips the script on their head to head history. That map edge on Italy was just too much for Catalyst to overcome. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in today's rifle duel. Let's see who wins. Havoc takes the lead from the ramp, and he's already shaking up the odds against the favorite. Tough start for the number 3 player on the ladder. Catalyst has won 72% of their head-to-head encounters over 1,000 matches. He also took the victory in their most recent meeting, so he knows exactly how to handle Havoc's style. The question is if Havoc can break that historical trend today. Havoc cruises to a 3-1 lead, leaving Catalyst reeling. Havoc is shaking off 3 straight losses in his recent games. Wow! He survives a total slugfest with barely anything left. 3 in a row for Havoc. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill, showing some real grit to keep this close at 4-2. The favorite is starting to assert his... Havoc pushes it to 5-2, putting Catalyst under pressure. Coming off 3 straight losses in his recent games. Catalyst is currently 29-29 in the last 24 hours, showing a bit of inconsistency across his matches today. That volatility is showing up here against Havoc, who is playing far above his usual ladder standing. We have to wonder if the favorite can stabilize before this slips away. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping back with 2 in a row to close the gap to 6-4. Unreal Havoc plucks him off the ramp and survives by a thread to make it 7-4 before the break. Insane, he's just barely hanging on to this lead. Havoc leads 8-4. The underdog is defying a 72% head-to-head disadvantage to put the favorite on his heels. Catalyst needs a strong response after the switch to stop this upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst takes it from the ramp. He's refusing to let Havoc pull away with this lead. He's the top 5% player on the ladder for a reason. He breaks the streak with 2 in a row, showing real resilience to keep this close at 8-6. Pure speed on those last 2 kills. Whoa, he survives a total brawl with almost nothing left to make it 9-6. He doesn't take a single hit on that kill, continuing this resilient push to make it 9-7. The favorite is finally stabilizing his game. He snaps the streak and keeps this comeback alive, bringing it to 9-8. Quick reflex kill there to keep this within a single round. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with only 6 HP left to make it 10-8. Coming off a tough 11. 13 lost to him just now. He deletes Havoc in a second without taking a hit, continuing this stubborn climb back into the game. Havoc plucks him off the ramp. He's shutting down that comeback attempt and pulling away again. Havoc, rank 6 on the ladder, is playing the role of spoiler. Unreal. He survives with 1 HP after taking him from the Tetris to reach match point. Man, he just cannot be put down. Doesn't take a single hit. Showing real resilience to keep this alive at 12-10. Clean kill there to keep the pressure on. He doesn't take a hit, snapping off 2 in a row to keep the comeback alive at 12-11. The favorite is finally playing to his ladder standing. Boom! He makes it 3 in a row to tie this up at 12, forcing overtime. Clean execution to force the extra frames. Havoc shuts it down without taking a single hit to win the match, 13-12. Unreal, he closes it out in just over 2 seconds. These rounds are ending in a blink. Havoc is just too fast for him right now. Just a blink of an eye to wrap it up. He doesn't take a single hit, showing incredible resilience to bring this to 14-13. doesn't take a hit in a 10 standoff, tying it up at 14-14. His resilience is incredible. Havoc catches him from the Tetris without taking a hit to reach match point at 15-14. He doesn't take a single hit to tie it at 15-15. Match point for Catalyst. Havoc edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail-biter. Havoc pulls ahead 17-15 in this wild clash. Havoc is flipping the script on the usual result. Havoc surges to 18-15, widening the gap further. 3 in a row for him, completely flipping the momentum. Havoc extends it to 19-15, putting a grip on this. He just wouldn't die. Scraping through 5 different fights with almost nothing left to seal the upset. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Dunes with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he's facing someone who can definitely keep up. Havoc has a winning record in the top quartile, so he's more than capable of shaking the favorite early. The question is if Phantom can regain his composure. Phantom leads 2-1 as Havoc fights to stay in. Sub 1 second, that was lightning fast. Phantom knocks him off the box to make it 3 in a row. He's already coming off a 13-9 win against Catalyst today. Both players trade heavy damage in a total scrap, but he keeps it rolling with 4 in a row. The best player on the ladder asserting himself early. Havoc snaps the run and shows some real grit to keep this close at 4-2. Clean kill to keep the deficit man. Phantom knocks him off the box to push the lead to 5-2. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Havoc doesn't miss a shot here, showing real resilience to bring this back to 5-3. Clean win to cut that gap to... Havoc knocks him off the box to make it 2 in a row. Continuing this climb back into the game. Phantom has won 64% of their all-time encounters, and that history is showing up here. He already beat Havoc in their last meeting earlier today, so he knows exactly how to close these gaps. Now, it's a question of whether Havoc can break that psychological wall. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead. Everything is playing out as expected, with the top seed using his 63% win rate on Dunes to stay ahead. Havoc needs a stronger start after the switch to close this gap. Havoc needs a fresh look here. Phantom extends it to 8-5, putting more pressure on, coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him earlier today. Phantom hits 9-5, putting Havoc in a deep hole. The best player on our ladder asserting his control. These rounds are ending in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Quick reaction to keep this within reach. Phantom hits 10, leaving Havoc fighting a steep hill. The number 1 seed refusing to let this slide. Havoc claws back to 7-10, staying alive here. Havoc is currently ranked 6 on our ladder. Phantom is pulling away here, putting a serious dent in Havoc's hopes for a comeback. Havoc is refusing to go away, trading rounds here to keep this within striking distance. Quick reflex to keep this contest alive. Phantom takes it from the box and is now at match point. The favorite is holding firm here. Havoc deletes him in under a second without taking a single hit. Wow, a completely untouched kill to stay in this. Boom, an untouched kill to seal it. Phantom takes them up 13-9. He's just got Havoc's number today. That's another one in the books for the top seed. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst take on Redline today with the favorite facing a tough test. Catalyst holds a 353-299 lead in their head-to-head history, and that mental edge usually carries over when they face off. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he has to overcome a rival who historically knows exactly how to beat him. The question is whether Phantom can flip the script here. Whoa, he picks him off the ramp in a nail-biter to make it 3 in a row. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but he's struggling here. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing some real grit to keep this close at 1-3. Clean kill, not even 2 seconds for that one. He makes it 2 in a row, showing some real resilience to keep this close at 2-3. The favorite's finally starting to push back. Unreal. He wipes away that early deficit to tie this up at 3-3. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally asserting himself. Boom. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, completely flipping the script on this match. Man, that was lightning fast. Insane. He knocks him off the ramp and survives by a sliver to tie it at 4-4. Wow, he survives on just 15 HP to reset this. Catalyst claws back the lead to make it 5-4. That was a blink and you miss it. Kill. He doesn't take a single hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst to reclaim the lead. He doesn't take a hit here, showing great resilience to close the gap before the break. Ties it up just before they head into the break. Phantom 5, Catalyst 7. Things are playing out as expected with Catalyst holding the lead. His 78% win rate on Redline is showing, even if Phantom managed a 4-round run to keep this within reach. Side swap. Let's get it. Phantom has been the hotter player today with a 36-22 record in the last 24 hours. He is fighting a tough battle here, but his recent form shows he has the momentum to push back. The question is whether he can overcome Catalyst's grip on this map. Both players land shots, but Catalyst wins the scrap to make it 3 in a row. The number 3 guy on the ladder is taking control. Wow. He survives a brutal scrap from the box with only 20 HP to make it 4 in a row. The heavy favorite is asserting total control here. Phantom snaps the run from the ramp to bring it to 6-11. Coming off that 13-9 win against him earlier today. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp to hit match point. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Boom! He knocks him off the ramp to close it out and take the map. He just keeps getting in the head of the top player on the ladder. Catalyst had his number all day. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst take on Mapas, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst catches Havoc right on the ramp to take an early lead. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Havoc actually took their most recent encounter. The long-term trend heavily favors the current lead. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that historical pattern today. Catalyst cruises to a 3-1 lead over Havoc. The rank 3 player is playing exactly to his seat. That was over in a blink. These rounds are moving faster and faster as the pace picks up. That was barely a second, just a total flash of a round. Havoc fights back to lock this at 3-3. Coming off a 19-15 win over him just now. Catalyst edges ahead 4-3 to reclaim the lead. Havoc rank 6 is fighting a tough uphill battle here. Havoc catches him right on the ramp to bring this back to a dead heat. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite today. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to pull back into the lead. Coming off a clean 13-6 win over Phantom today. Catalyst is carrying a 30-30 record over the last 24 hours. He is one of the most active players in the league today, and that volume of play seems to be fueling this current run. Now we see if Havoc can break that momentum. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a slim edge. Havoc is keeping it close despite Catalyst winning 72% of their lifetime head-to-head matchups. Side swap. Time for a reset. Catalyst clings to a thin 7-6 lead here. He actually holds the edge on this specific map. Havoc levels the playing field at 7-7. 2 in a row for him to force the death. Catalyst answers back immediately. We're seeing a real tug of war here, with neither player able to string together a lead. Havoc forces a stalemate at 8-8. It's anyone's game. The rank 6 player is really challenging the favorite here. Whoa, a complete bloodbath. He barely survives that exchange to take a 9-8 lead. Insane, he's just skating by on a sliver of health. Untouched. He makes it 3 in a row to lead 10-8. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match expectations here. Catalyst answers back to keep this close, bringing the score to 10-9. Rank 3 on the ladder, refusing to let this slip. Havoc catches him right on the ramp to push this lead to 2. He's playing against the 38% win rate he carries on this map. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to tie this up. We are looking at a complete deadlock. Clean kill to keep this within. Catalyst takes him from the ramp. He's put together a 3-round run to seize the lead. Catalyst picks him off the ramp for 3 straight. Match point. The favorite is asserting his authority when it matters most. Havoc snaps the run to force a 12 deadlock. We're headed to overtime. Pure battle of the top quartile here. Catalyst takes him right off the ramp to reclaim the lead in overtime. The rank 3 player is reclaiming control here. We've got a complete deadlock in overtime. Neither player can find any breathing room right now. Our rank 6 player refusing to go away here. Havoc is building some serious momentum here, putting together a run that puts him 1 step closer to the finish. This is becoming a total coin flip. Neither player can hold the lead for more than one round. The favorite is refusing to let this one slip away. Boom! Havoc wins the exchange to take a 15-14 lead. He's now at match point. Clean exchange to put him in the driver's seat. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp to tie it at 15 match point. Unreal. A total dead heat after 30 rounds. Havoc edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail-biter. Havoc surges ahead 17-15 to seize the momentum. Boom, that's the game. Boom, total shutdown to close it out. Havoc pulls way ahead now, leading 18-15. Insane, he just ran the table for 3 straight. Havoc extends the gap to 18-16, putting the pressure on. The favorite refuses to go quietly in this one. Catalyst claws back to make it 18-17 for Havoc. The favorite is finally reclaiming the momentum he started with. Havoc pushes it to 19-17, nearly closing the door. He completely flips that lifetime record on its head in overtime. Catalyst just couldn't find an answer for him today. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on orange, where the favorite looks to maintain their lead. Whoa, a total scrap. Havoc barely survives that exchange to take a 1-0 lead. Our ladder's best player starting on the back foot. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history, and he's coming off a recent victory against Havoc. He's looking to use that historical edge to pull away early. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern today. Deadlock. Phantom and Havoc are tied up at 2-2. The best player on the ladder showing that gap now. Phantom starting to build some real momentum here with 3 wins in a row. The best player on the ladder asserting himself early. Phantom knocks him off the ramp, taking 3 in a row to lead 4-2. The best player on the ladder making it look easy. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with just 14 HP to make it 4 in a row. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is just cruising. Havoc survives a wild shootout to snap the run and keep this close at 5-3. Both of them have walked the tightrope with under 30 HP now. Phantom has been 36-23 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of consistency that Havoc just hasn't matched today. That form is translating directly into the scoreline as he continues to keep the pressure on. Now we see if Havoc can find a way to break this slide. Phantom pulls ahead to a commanding 7-4 lead. Phantom, our #1 rated player, keeping that lead. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This follows the pre-match script as the favorite uses his 62% map win rate to stay in control. Havoc needs a stronger start on this side to close the gap. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom stretches his lead to 9-4, just dominating here. He's coming off a 13-9 win against him on Dunes. Havoc fights back, but Phantom still leads 9-5. Boom! A blink and you miss it. Kill to keep it competitive. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react once they peak. The best player on the ladder, keeping the pressure on. Phantom is pulling far ahead here. Havoc is fighting an uphill battle to get back into this. The league's top-rated player just putting on a clinic. Snaps the streak and reaches match point, making it 12-5. Gone in a second, he's just too fast right now. Boom, he closes it out with 4 in a row to take the map 13-5. He just had Havoc's number all day. Another win for Phantom in their head-to-head history. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a 67% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical advantage here. It is a strong contrast to their head-to-head history where Catalyst usually comes out on top. The question is whether Phantom can use that map edge to flip the script today. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. The best player on the ladder is taking control here. Catalyst picks him right off the window to even things up again. Phantom, the top player on the ladder, can't find a lead. Catalyst edges ahead 3-2, seizing the momentum here. Just like their last meeting where he won 13-6. Wow, a total bloodbath that leaves him with just 13 HP 3 in a row. Phantom answers back with a clean hit to bring the score to 3-4. The highest rated player on the ladder is fighting back. Phantom takes him from the ramp to pull ahead. He's really starting to build some momentum here. A tough spot for Catalyst, who's gone 30-31 over the last day. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. Half a second, he didn't even give him time to blink. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit to tie it up 5-5. Catalyst wins the ramp battle and takes a 3-round win streak to pull ahead. The favorite is struggling to hold the lead here. 6 at the break. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but Phantom is playing like he belongs here, erasing the head-to-head gap. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this dead even. Side swap, total reset. Catalyst takes him from the toolbox to pull ahead by 2. This match is heading in a very familiar direction. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is still chasing him. Phantom levels it at 7-7. We're back to square one. Coming off a strong 13-5 win against Havoc earlier, Phantom takes him from the ramp. He's really starting to put some distance between them here. Our rank 1 is finally flipping the head-to-head script. Catches him from the ramp without taking a hit. That's 3 in a row. Catalyst snaps the run with a sub-second kill to make it 9-8. Phantom has been 37-23 over the last day, while Catalyst is sitting at a losing record. That recent form is starting to outweigh the head-to-head history we've seen. The question now is, if Catalyst can find a way to stop this slide... Phantom snipes him off the wine box to put a 2-round cushion between them. Clean kill, leaving him with no answer from the wine box. Catalyst takes him from the ramp. These two are trading blows and we're headed for a dead heat. That took a few seconds to settle, but he gets the kill. Catalyst has all the momentum now. He's taking over the final stretch to put the pressure on Phantom. A longer fight, but he keeps his composure to tie it. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to reach match point. 12-11. A slower trade, but he keeps his cool to seal it. The slide. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. 13-11 and take the map. He finally flips the script on Catalyst. It's been a long time coming for the #1 seed. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on Italy, with the favorite looking for another win. Catalyst holds a massive 730-188 lead in their all-time head-to-head record. Despite that historical gap, Havoc actually took their most recent meeting on Mapas, so he knows he can find a way to win here. The question is whether Catalyst can get back to his usual standard. Catalyst leads 2-1, putting the pressure back on Havoc. The rank 4 player is asserting himself early. We've got a dead heat here. Neither player can put together a real run to break the tie. Our rank 6 player is fighting the favorite here. Catalyst edges ahead, 3-2, seizing the momentum. Insane, that was a sub-second kill. Catalyst catches him on the wine and keeps this streak alive. The favorite is comfortably asserting his rank 4 status. He knocks him off the wine to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a tough 5-13 loss to Phantom earlier. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. He's putting that top 7% rating on full display. He just won't stop. That's 5 in a row for Catalyst, pushing the lead to 7-2. Havoc snaps the run with a clean hit, pulling it back to 3-7. He actually holds the edge on this specific map. Wow, he barely survives from the Tetris, scraping by with 21 HP to make it 8-3 before the break. Unreal, he just refuses to go down. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. This tracks with the pre-match read. As the favorite is controlling the pace, Catalyst used a 5-round streak to build this gap and keep Havoc at arm's length. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc is sitting at 11-13 over the last 24 hours, and we're seeing that inconsistency turn into a sudden surge here. He's capitalizing on the fact that Catalyst has also struggled recently, dropping a close one to Phantom. Just before this, the question is if Havoc can keep this momentum going to erase the lead. Catalyst extends the gap to 10-5, staying firmly in control. He's playing his third match of the day. Havoc takes him from the wine. He's refusing to let Catalyst close this out quickly. The underdog is challenging the favorite's control here. These rounds are flying by. Catalyst is reacting almost instantly to keep this lead wide open. Havoc keeps trading blows here. He's preventing Catalyst from putting this away with a series of quick kills. Havoc has completely flipped the script here, erasing a big chunk of that lead with this run. Our rank 6 player is playing like the favorite here. He doesn't even take a hit. Catalyst reaches match point, leading 12-8. Fast reflex skill to shut down that comeback attempt. Havoc trades a hit but wins the scrap, keeping the dream alive at 9-12. Gritty scrap that keeps the underdog in this. Boom, Catalyst doesn't take a single hit to close this out and take the map. He just can't shake that historical dominance over Havoc. Catalyst protects his rank and gets the win on Italy. Welcome to Dunes. Phantom and Havoc face off now with the favorite looking to keep their winning streak alive. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 837 wins over Havoc. He is the best player on our ladder, yet he's coming off a loss in the very first round here. The question is whether Phantom can shut down this early momentum. Phantom pulls ahead 2-1 to reclaim the lead. He's coming off that 13-5 win against him earlier today. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. The best player on our ladder is asserting his rank. Havoc answers back instantly, taking the round without losing a single point of health. Havoc levels it up. We're deadlocked at 3-3. Havoc is fighting the trend of his last 2 games. Phantom knocks him off the box to take a 1-round lead. The best player on the ladder, keeping the gap narrow. Phantom has been 38-23 in the last 24 hours, and that high volume of play is paying off here. He's maintaining a level of consistency that Havoc just hasn't matched today. The question is if Havoc can find a way to break this rhythm. Wow, Havoc survives by a threat from the box to tie this up 5-5. Phantom strikes back to edge it 6-5. Tough break for Havoc, barely escaping with 32 health there. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected. The top seed is playing well, but Havoc is staying competitive. Phantom has a 64% head-to-head win rate here, yet he hasn't been able to pull away. Fresh start for both. Havoc grabs the lead, pushing it to 7-6. The top quartile player is pushing the favorite back. Phantom claws it back to tie this at 7-7. Fastest kill of the match so far. These rounds are ending in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. The best player on the ladder is taking control. Whoa, what a scrap. Both players trade heavy hits in a bloodbath, but Havoc barely scrapes through to tie it 8-8. Insane. He survives again with under 30 health. Havoc sneaks ahead, taking a 9-8 lead. The rank 6 player is flipping the script here. Phantom answers back to lock it at 9-9. Highest rated guy on the ladder, refusing to let him pull away. Phantom is starting to pull away here, putting some breathing room between him and Havoc. Blink and you missed it, barely over a second there. Boom, he snaps the streak and makes it 3 straight, pushing the lead to 11-9. Havoc catches him from the box to bring it to 11-10. The favorite is finally feeling the pressure. Phantom shuts him down fast to reach match point, leading 12-10. The favorite is holding firm when it counts. Boom! Both players take heavy fire in a chaotic scrap, but Phantom survives it to win the map. Havoc really pushed him to the limit, barely scraping through twice under 30 HP just to keep it close. He had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst take on Mappas today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge here. He's also coming off a win against Catalyst earlier today, so he has the momentum and the map confidence. The question is whether Catalyst can reverse that trend. Doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is playing like it. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. Fast exchange there, just 2 seconds to decide it. Phantom cruises to 4-1. Catalyst is struggling here. The best player on the ladder, making it look easy. Phantom surges to 5-1, leaving Catalyst in the dust. The best player on the ladder is just playing his game. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head 354 to 300, proving he can handle this matchup over the long term. While Phantom has the better day so far, Catalyst usually enters these bouts as the heavy favorite. We'll see if that historical confidence can close this gap. Catalyst catches him from the ramp, securing 3 in a row to keep this comeback alive. Tight window on that kill, barely 2 seconds to settle it. Unreal, he wasn't even touched there, completing the comeback to tie it at 5-5 with 4 in a row. Absolute shutdown, he takes his 5th straight to lead 6-5 right before the break. Gone in under 2 seconds to wrap the half. 6 at the break. The underdog is pushing for an upset, but Catalyst just erased a 4-round deficit with a 5-round streak of his own. Phantom's 70% map win rate keeps him in the driver's seat here. Side swap, fresh start. Insane. Both players trade everything in a bloodbath, but he survives with just 7 HP to lead 7. Whoa, that's 2 scrapes under 30 HP for him now. Catalyst strikes back to lock it at 7-7. The ladder's top seed is refusing to let this slip. Phantom pulls ahead 8-7 to reclaim the lead. Boom, under a second to settle that one. Phantom knocks him off the ramp, taking 3 in a row to lead 9-7. The best player on the ladder is taking control. Wow, he survives a total bloodbath from the ramp with just 22 HP to keep this comeback alive. Phantom pulls ahead 10-8, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Coming off a strong 13-10 win against Havoc earlier. Phantom is really pulling away here, putting a serious dent in Catalyst's hopes for a comeback. Our number 1 guy on the ladder is just too sharp. Catalyst catches him from the ramp, showing great resilience to keep this comeback alive. That's 3 times he's escaped a bloodbath with under 30 HP. Phantom answers back quickly to reach match point, leading 12-9. The favorite is putting on a clinic here. He doesn't take a single hit, staying resilient to keep this fight going at 12-10. Boom, Phantom knocks him off the ramp to take the map 13-10. Catalyst fought back with everything he had, but he just couldn't overcome that map edge. Hard fought win. Welcome to Redline. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in this 1v1 rifle duel. Good luck to both. Catalyst catches Havoc right on the ramp to take the early lead. The favorite continues his dominance in their head-to-head history. Catalyst catches him on the ramp again. These rounds are over in a blink. He's coming off a 13-9 win over him earlier today. Havoc holds the ramp this time and shuts him down fast. Havoc is fighting through a 3-loss streak right now. Catalyst holds a 78% win rate on this map, which is a massive gap compared to Havoc. That historical edge is playing into the ladder rankings here as the number 4 player continues to outpace a top quartile opponent. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to break this pattern. Catalyst picks him right off the box to push the lead to 4. That was a blink and you miss it trade. Havoc claws back to make it a tight 3-4. Our rank 6 player isn't backing down from the favorite. Unreal. He knocks Havoc off the box and survives with just 5 HP to make it 3-5. Absolute nail biter. He barely walked away from that one. Havoc strikes back to keep it 4-5. Blink and you missed it. That was a lightning fast kill. Havoc levels the playing field at 5-5. Total deadlock. Our rank 4 player is feeling the pressure here. Catalyst picks him right off the ramp to regain a 1-round lead. Havoc 5, Catalyst 7. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite holding a slim lead. Catalyst is leaning on a 72% head-to-head win rate here, but Havoc is keeping this close. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc catches him right there on the ramp to tie this up. Our rank 6 player is refusing to fold. Havoc forces a 7-7 deadlock. We are completely tied. Pure speed on that one just to... Clean kill. He makes it 3 in a row to take the lead. 8-7. Underdog flipping the script against the favorite here. Catalyst answers back to tie this up at 8-8. Our rank 4 player is stabilizing the game. Catalyst edges ahead 9-8 to reclaim the momentum. Coming off a rough 10-13 loss to Phantom just now. Havoc catches him from the ramp to bring this right back to a deadlock. Oh, a total deadlock between the rank 4 and rank 6 players. Havoc catches him right on the ramp to give Catalyst the lead again. Our rank 4 player is asserting his place on the ladder. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to push the lead to 2. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly here. Whoa! Both players trade heavy damage in a chaotic scramble, but Havoc barely survives to make it 10-11. Insane scramble. He barely held on with 20 HP. Havoc takes him from the ramp. He's on a roll now, erasing that lead to tie it up. Our rank 6 player is defying the head-to-head history here. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp to reach match point 11-12. The favorite refuses to let the underdog flip the script. Boom! Catalyst shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map 13-11. He really pushed him to the limit this time, almost breaking that long-standing head-to-head curse. He had to work for that. What a Welcome to Berserk League Duels on Orange. Phantom enters as the favorite against Havoc in this 1v1 match. Phantom has won 64% of their head-to-head meetings over time. That historical edge is showing up today, especially since Phantom just beat Havoc in their most recent match. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Havoc leads 2-1 and has the momentum now. The best player on the ladder is struggling here. Unreal, both players barely hold on in a total bloodbath, but he survives with 21 HP to make it 3 in a row. Phantom answers back, cutting the deficit to 2-3. Our rank 1 player is finally stabilizing. We're deadlocked at 3-3. Phantom has forced a tie. Coming off a 40-23 run over the last day. Havoc pulls ahead 4-3 and regains the lead. Havoc is fighting for a 4-loss streak in his last 10. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. Phantom, best player on the ladder, keeps his edge. Phantom sneaks back in front. 5-4. He's riding an 80% win rate over his last 10. Phantom catches him right off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Havoc is really feeling that recent 11-16 day. 4 in a row for Phantom, snapping Havoc's run just before the break. Our rank 1 player is simply too strong here. Phantom leads 7-5. This is playing out as expected, with the top seed keeping a steady grip on the series. Havoc fought back with a 3-round run, but Phantom's 62% map win rate is proving a tough hill to climb. Sides swap fresh start. Havoc doesn't miss, taking the round without taking a single hit to stay resilient. Clean kill, not even letting him breathe. Phantom is keeping that 40-23 record from the last day alive. He's playing with a level of confidence that Havoc just hasn't found today, especially after losing his last 3 matches. The question is if Havoc can break this cycle before the gap widens further. Boom! He shuts down that run completely, making it 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is simply taking over. Picks him right off the ramp. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. Coming off another 13-10 win against him earlier today. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, cutting the lead to 11-7. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, refuses to go quiet. Havoc is chipping away at this lead, making it a 3-round swing to get back within striking distance. 2 quick ones for him, putting some real pressure on the favorite. Phantom answers back with a clean kill to reach match point 12-8. The favorite is simply refusing to let this slip. Havoc catches him instantly, denying the match point with a clean kill to make it 12-9. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 2 in a row for Havoc, who refuses to go away despite Phantom sitting on match point. Game over. Phantom shuts it down without taking a hit to win it 13. He just couldn't close the gap. Havoc pushed him to the brink, but that rank 1 pedigree is just too much hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Catalyst face off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom gets the first one from the ramp, starting things off strong against the favorite. The best player on the ladder starts things off quickly. Phantom enters this with a 41-23 record over the last 24 hours, carrying a lot of momentum into this set. He already took down Catalyst earlier today, so the historical edge Catalyst usually holds isn't showing up here. The question is if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script. He catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row. The best player on the ladder is making it look easy. Catalyst catches him on the toolbox to break the run, making it 4-1. The best player on the ladder just got a wake-up call. Phantom pushes to 5-1, leaving Catalyst struggling. Our best player on the ladder is taking over. Phantom takes him from the toolbox, and this lead is starting to feel very comfortable. The best player on the ladder is playing like it. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 354 to 301 over the long term. While Phantom is our top-rated player, Catalyst usually knows how to handle this specific matchup. The question is whether he can use that history to erase this deficit. Phantom dominates A2, leaving Catalyst in the dust. Our top-rated player is just too sharp today. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to keep this close. He's coming off a 13-11 win against Havoc earlier today. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. Catalyst entered this as the heavy favorite, but he's struggling to keep up. Phantom's 67% win rate on fast aim is showing, and he's currently on pace for a big upset. Side, swap, fresh start. Unreal. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp and survives with just 5 HP. Insane. He's just refusing to go down. He picks him off the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this fight back. The slight favorite is starting to look vulnerable. 3 in a row for Catalyst, who's carving through that early deficit with a clean kill. The slight favorite is suddenly the one under pressure. Phantom snaps the round, picking him off the wine box to make it 9-7. The highest rated player on the ladder keeps things tight. Phantom hits 10, putting Catalyst in a deep hole. Repeating the result from their last meeting on Mapas. Catalyst catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, showing real resilience here. Clean hit, barely a second of action there. Catalyst catches him from the window, snapping the streak to pull within 1. Tightening the gap from the window. He takes him from the ramp to tie it up at 10-10, making 3 in a row. The pre-match favorite is suddenly fighting from behind. He catches him from the wine box, making it 4 in a row. The pre-match favorite is now the one chasing the lead. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to tie this up at 11-11. Our top-rated player refuses to let this slip away. Phantom blasts him off the ramp to reach match point. Quick kill, barely any time for a reaction there. Unreal, he digs deep to force a tie at 12-12, sending this entire battle into overtime. Wow, a total reset just as we hit overtime. Phantom knocks him off the ramp, taking the lead once more in this overtime battle. The best player on the ladder puts the pressure back on. These rounds are ending in a blur. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. Quick snap, barely a second of action there. Catalyst catches him from the ramp, showing incredible resilience to keep this comeback alive. The slight favorite is suddenly the one fighting for survival. Boom! Phantom shuts it down from the ramp to take the series 15-13. Just a clean, decisive finish to wrap it up. Pure Catalyst wins the trade-off on the ramp, refusing to let this series slip away. He just forced a complete deadlock in this overtime. Boom! Phantom closes it out without taking a single hit to take the map 16-14. He really had to dig deep in overtime to flip the long-term head-to-head on Catalyst. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on dunes where the favorite meets a tough challenger. Catalyst holds a massive 72% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also just took a close one against Havoc an hour ago, and that mental edge is showing early. The question is whether Havoc can use his map advantage to flip the script. Unreal Havoc survives with only 9 HP after a battle on the box to take a 2-1 lead. Catalyst strikes back, locking this tie at 2 apiece. The rank 3 player is making his presence felt. Catalyst edges ahead, 3-2. He's coming off a strong 13-11 win against him earlier today. Wow, he survives a total bloodbath with just 9 HP to tie this up at 3-3. Insane, that's the second time he survived with 9 HP. Havoc claws back the lead, making it 4-3. 2 in a row, and both of them finish in under 3 seconds. Catalyst levels it up. We're deadlocked at 4-all. Boom, that kill took barely a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. Catalyst holds the high ground on the box to lock this back up at 5-all. The favorite is holding his ground here. Havoc knocks him off the box in a razor-thin fight to lead 6-5 before the break. That's 4 times now. He survived with under 30 health. We're deadlocked at 6-6. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but Havoc is using his 57% win rate on Dunes to shut that advantage down. This is a toss-up heading into the second half. Side swap, time to reset. Havoc strikes first after the swap to lead 7-6. Boom, just a second for that kill. Havoc, rank 7 on the ladder, is fighting the favorite here. Catalyst holds the high ground on the box to lock this back up at 7 all. The top 5% player is keeping this close. Havoc takes it from the box and is now pulling ahead by 2. Fast hands from the box to take the lead. Havoc is currently 11-17 in the last 24 hours, meaning he has been struggling across the board today. He's fighting against the rough stretch of form, but he's managing to find a way to win this specific duel. The question is if he can keep this momentum going. Catalyst holds the box to keep the streak alive, and now he's got the lead. 2 quick strikes to bring this right back to even. Havoc pulls ahead 10-9 in this absolute nail-biter. The underdog is flipping the script here. Catalyst forces a stalemate. We are tied 10 apiece. Barely a second for that kill. Catalyst is picking up steam here. 2 quick wins in a row puts him right on the edge of this match. The rank 3 player is asserting his authority here. He breaks the streak and hits match point. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. A much longer fight this time, but he closes it out. Havoc snaps the streak with a clean kill, keeping himself alive at 11-12. Way faster than that last slug of a... Havoc knocks him off the box to tie this up at 12-12. We're heading to overtime. Complete reset for the top 5% player. Havoc picks him off the box to make it 3 in a row. The favorite is finally feeling the pressure. Havoc doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row to lead 14-12. Cleanest kill of the streak. Catalyst snaps the streak by picking him off the box, cutting the lead to 14-13. Havoc takes it without taking a single hit, putting him on match point at 15-13. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match script here. Game over. Havoc closes it out to take the map. He completely shuts down that head-to-head history in overtime. Catalyst had his number for years, but not today. What a match! Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep their streak alive. Phantom leads the all-time head-to-head 839-473, and he actually beat Havoc just an hour ago. That historical edge makes this opening round a bit of a shock, and the question is whether Havoc can actually sustain this upset. Havoc catches him on the wine to take a 3-1 lead. He's really playing the spoiler here. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom claws it back to tie this up at 2-2. The best player on the ladder is steadying the ship. Phantom surges ahead, taking a free to grip on this. He's the highest rated player on the ladder for a reason. He takes 3 in a row, completely erasing Havoc's early lead. Sub 2 seconds again, he's just faster right now. Havoc catches him from the wine to keep this close at 4-3. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, refuses to fade. Havoc catches him from the wine to take the lead. He's really building some momentum here. Another clean one. It's 3 in a row for Havoc to take a 5-4 lead. The underdog is flipping the script here. A scrappy fight that leaves both players battered, but Phantom survives to tie it at 5-5. Barely survived that one with 30 HP. Phantom pulls ahead 6-5 to reclaim the lead, coming off a 6-win streak in his last 10. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is tracking exactly how we expected, with the #1 ranked player holding a slim edge. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this a close fight. Side swap, fresh start now. Phantom is playing at a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. He is currently the hottest player in the league today, and that form is translating into a lead that Havoc is struggling to chip away at. The question is if Havoc has any answer for this run. Havoc catches him on the wine to snap that streak and keep this contest alive. Quick reaction there to shut him down on the wine. Phantom picks him off the wine to push this lead to 4 rounds. Barely escapes that one with 40 HP. Havoc picks him off from the Tetris to keep this within 3 rounds. The #6 player on the ladder is fighting back. Phantom picks him up from the wine, widening the gap to 4 rounds. Sub 2 seconds again, he's just faster right now. These rounds are ending in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Clean win there, not even taking a point of damage. Havoc catches him from the Tetris, snapping the streak to make it 11-9. The underdog is making this way too close for comfort. Havoc catches him on the wine for 3 straight, continuing this climb back into the game. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match script. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit to reach match point 12-10. Favorite is regaining control right when it counts. Boom, he wipes him off the map without taking a hit to finish it 13-10. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. What a match. Welcome to Red Line. We have Phantom taking on Catalyst in today's match to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming in with a 7-win streak, showing some of the best form we've seen all day. He just beat Catalyst in their most recent meeting, so the momentum is firmly on his side. The question is whether Catalyst can rely on his historical edge here to flip the script. Catalyst leads 2-1 and looks to break the deadlock. The best player on the ladder is struggling here. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, taking full control of the map. The best player on the ladder is facing a tough wall. Both players bleed out in a frantic exchange, but he survives to make it 4 in a row. Catalyst usually holds the edge in this matchup. He plucks him off the ramp for 5 in a row. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. He knocks him off the ramp for 6 in a row. The best player on the ladder is completely shut down. Whoa, he scrapes by with just 20 HP to make it 7 in a row. The ladder's top seed is getting a reality check. Both players trade heavy damage, but he survives the scrap for 8 in a row. The ladder's top seed is looking completely out of sorts. He plucks him off the ramp for 9 in a row. Catalyst's lifetime edge in their head-to-head is showing. Both players trade heavy hits, but he survives the scrap to make it 10 in a row before the break. Another quick 3-second kill to wrap the half. Catalyst leads 11-1. This tracks with expectations, as Catalyst has a 78% win rate on red line. He just put together an 11-round streak to leave the top seed in the dust before the switch. Phantom needs a total reset. He survives a scrappy exchange to move to 12-1. Catalyst is at match point. The slight favorite is getting completely dismantled. Boom! He doesn't let Phantom breathe, ending it instantly to take the map 13-1. He just completely erased that recent loss to the top seed. Catalyst had his number all day. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in this 1v1 rifle duel. Let's get started. Catalyst holds a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history. While Havoc actually took their most recent meeting, the overall trend heavily favors the favorite here. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to break that long-term pattern today. Catalyst picks him right off the Tetris to take a 2-round lead. The ladder's number 4 is showing why he's the favorite. Havoc catches him coming up the ramp to tie this thing up. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Phantom just now. Catalyst edges ahead 3-2 after a clinical trade. Fastest kill of the match so far. Total scramble on the ramp, but Catalyst comes out on top to extend the lead. Letters number 4 is asserting himself here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Coming off a dominant 13-1 win over Phantom earlier today. He catches him from the ramp to make it 4 in a row, pushing the lead to 6-2. The ladder's number 4 is playing like the favorite here. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 5 in a row for Catalyst. Havoc is currently ranked 6th on the ladder. Wow, a complete slugfest. He barely hangs on to make it 6 in a row. Unreal. He survives on a sliver of health to keep it rolling. Havoc takes him from the Tetris to snap that run before the break. A quick reset just in time for the half. Havoc 4, Catalyst 8. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite in control. Catalyst used a 6-round streak to build this cushion, and he'll look to close this out after the switch. Sides, swap, fresh start. Havoc is currently 12-18 in the last 24 hours, so he's fighting through a bit of a slump today. This 3-round run is a welcome shift in momentum, and the question is whether he can keep this pace to overcome the rankings gap. Catalyst takes him from the Tetris to hold that run and put a 4-round lead back on the board. He's currently sitting in the top 7% of the ladder. Havoc knocks him off the Tetris, but Catalyst is just too fast to let this slip away. Quick exchange there to keep the lead comfortable. Whoa! He survives a total war from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Insane. He barely walks away from that one. He shuts down the comeback bid with 4 in a row. Match point for Catalyst. Exactly how the rankings suggested this would end. Boom! He wipes him off the ramp to win the map. He really had his number today. Havoc put up a fight, but that head-to-head history just follows him everywhere. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc are on fast aim, with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Wow, a total slugfest. Havoc barely survives that one to take a 1-0 lead. The best player on the ladder starting on the back foot. Phantom takes him from the ramp, leveling the score in a blink. The best player on the ladder asserting his dominance. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Havoc fights back to tie it up at 2-2. He's already dropped 13 to the top seed today. Havoc takes him from the ramp to keep the streak alive. Havoc is flipping the script after that 10-13 loss earlier. He catches him cold. That's 3 in a row for Havoc. The underdog is really challenging the ladder's top seed here. Havoc survives a scrap to make it 4 in a row, pushing the lead to 5-2. Insane. He's just refusing to let this go. Boom! Phantom snaps the run with a clean kill to keep this comeback alive. Quickest kill of the match so far. He picks him off the planks, showing real resilience to make it 4-5. 2 quick wins in a row for him. Havoc can't find any space on those planks right now. Unreal, he knocks him off the wine box to tie it at 5-5 and keep the streak rolling. Total reset, right back to square. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to make it 4 in a row. Pure speed on that kill to keep the run going. Phantom leads 7-5. This is playing out as expected with the top seed holding a slim edge. Both players traded long streaks, but Phantom's 67% win rate on fast aim is showing. Watch for Havoc to push for the lead after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. He doesn't take a single hit in that exchange, showing great resilience to make it 8-5. Sub-second reaction time to keep the pressure on. He doesn't take a single hit in under a second, extending his lead to 9-5. He picks him off the planks without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. The favorite is firmly back in control here. He takes him from the ramp, making it 4 in a row as he continues this climb back into the lead. The ladder's top seed is just too consistent here. He survives the trade to make it 5 in a row. Match point for Phantom. He barely held on to that one to keep the run alive. Havoc denies him from the ramp with a clean hit to break the streak. Whoa, a clean stop to keep the fight going. A ramp battle that he wins without taking a hit. That's 2 in a row for Havoc. The underdog is refusing to go quietly here. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Taking a chunk out of that lead with a slow burn. Boom. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep there, but Phantom keeps his head-to-head lead over Havoc. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels on Dunes. Phantom and Catalyst face off now to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this as the best player on our ladder and is carrying that momentum with a 44-24 record over the last 24 hours. Catalyst usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history, but is struggling with a much lower win rate on this specific map. The question is if Catalyst can flip the script here. Catalyst leads 2-1 and looks firmly in control. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives with just 12 HP to make it 3 in a row, just like that 13-1 blowout in their last meeting. Catches him from the box for 4 in a row, leaving Phantom trailing 1-4. The ladder's top seed is struggling to find an answer. He just won't stop. 5 in a row for Catalyst, pushing the lead to 5-1. Catalyst is usually the heavy favorite in this matchup. Boom, he snaps the run with a clean 1-second kill to make it 2-5. Our number 1 seed is finally starting to push back. He doesn't even take a hit here. 2 in a row for Phantom as he claws back. The slight favorite is finally asserting himself here. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 355 to 302 over the long term. He's using that historical edge to keep Phantom at arm's length, even on a map where he's traditionally struggled. The question is if the top seed can actually close this gap. He catches him from the box for 3 in a row, halting that comeback before the break. The rank 3 player is playing like the favorite here. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. This matches the pre-match read perfectly as the favorite is controlling the pace despite Phantom's map advantage. Catalyst's 5-round win streak earlier in the half set the tone here. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst pulls ahead 9-4, nearly putting this away. He's playing like the favorite despite the pre-match read. Phantom strikes back, cutting the lead to 5-9. Our highest rated guy on the ladder is refusing to go away. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. He's coming off that dominant 13-1 win over him on Redline. Catalyst holds a 10-6 grip on this contest. Quick exchange there, keeping the gap from widening. Catalyst is just a couple of quick wins away from closing this out. A quick exchange there to keep the momentum shifting. That was a blur. Sub 1 second reaction time to keep this series alive. Unreal, that was a sub 1 second snap. He doesn't even take a hit here. Catalyst is now at match point, leading 12-7. The slight favorite is now fighting for survival. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just completely ignored the map stats and played his way to another win over Phantom. Welcome to Berserk League Duels on Orange. Havoc takes on the favorite Catalyst in this 1v1 elimination match. Catalyst has won 72% of their head-to-head meetings over 1,000 matches. He also took their most recent duel in a convincing fashion, so Havoc is fighting an uphill battle against a player who simply knows how to beat him. The question is if Havoc can break that pattern here. Catalyst leads 2-1, keeping the pressure on Havoc. Boom! A quick snap to tie things up. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react today. He's coming off a strong 13-5 win in their last meeting. Catalyst nudges ahead 3-2 to reclaim the lead. Catalyst rank 3 on the ladder is being tested here. Catalyst pulls further ahead, now leading 4-2. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Phantom earlier today. We've got a deadlock. All the early leads have evaporated and we are completely tied up here. Havoc fights back to lock it at 4-4. Havoc rank 7 on the ladder is flipping the script here. He keeps it rolling, 3 in a row for Havoc to take a 5-4 lead. The favorite is looking vulnerable after that stretch. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill to tie it up at 5-5. He's currently sitting in the top 5% of the ladder. Catalyst edges ahead 6-5 to seize the momentum. Fast reactions there, ending that round in just over 2 seconds. We're locked at 6-6. Havoc is defying the history here, as Catalyst has won 72% of their lifetime meetings. The underdog is holding his own and keeping this wide open heading into the switch. Side swap, clean slate. Catalyst sneaks ahead 7-6 to regain the upper hand. Under 2 seconds for that kill. Pure speed there, under 2 seconds again. Catalyst is currently on a 3-win streak across his last few games, and that momentum is carrying over into this set. He's playing with a level of confidence that matches his higher position on the ladder. If Havoc can't find a way to break this run, it could end quickly. Catalyst stretches his lead to 9-7, pulling away. Under 2 seconds again for the kill. We've got a total deadlock. This has turned into a 1 round each straight off, and now we're completely tied up. Wow, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to push the lead to 10-8. Insane, he survives that with barely 20 health. Havoc picks him up from the ramp, and now we've got a 1-round game. He's fighting for a 3-loss streak in his last 10. Catalyst is pulling away here, extending that gap to 2 rounds as the finish line gets closer. Under 2 seconds again for the kill. We've got a total trade-off here. Every round is being swapped and now we're separated by just 1. He's fighting through a 3-loss streak in his last 10. Havoc is surging now, taking 2 straight to erase the lead and force a complete deadlock. Wow, just over 1 second for that kill. He doesn't miss. 3 in a row for Havoc to reach match point. The underdog has completely flipped the script. Unreal. Catalyst denies the match point to force this into overtime at 12-12. Insane. He just shuts the door on that match point. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He scrapes by with almost nothing left to take the match 13-12. Absolute chaos, barely hanging on with 21 health to seal it. We've hit a total stalemate, neither player can put together a run, and now we're heading into overtime. Havoc has completely turned the tide, taking the lead in a match where he's historically been the underdog. he doesn't take any damage. Snapping onto Catalyst to put him on match point. The underdog is completely dismantling the pre-match expectations here. Boom. Havoc cleans him up without taking a hit to take the map. He just completely rewrote the history books in overtime, finally getting one over Catalyst after a brutal run of losses. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc take on Italy today with the favorite looking to keep his lead. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history and is the best player on our ladder. This early lead for Havoc is a surprising start given how consistently Phantom has beaten him in the past. The question is if Havoc can actually keep this pace. Both players hit their marks, but he survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. The best player on our ladder is struggling early. Havoc doesn't even take damage here. That's 4 in a row. Coming off a 13-8 win in their last meeting. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit, making it 5 in a row. Top quartile playing like the #1 right now. He just won't stop. 6 in a row for Havoc. Pure speed, ending that exchange in under 2 seconds. Finally, Phantom breaks the run and pulls one back to make it 2-6. Tough exchange, but he survives with just 48 HP. Phantom is playing at a high volume today with a 44-25 record over the last 24 hours. He's typically the favorite here, and this recent push suggests he's finally adjusting to Havoc's pace. The question is if he can maintain this momentum to erase the deficit. Boom. He knocks him off the vine for 4 in a row, erasing the early lead. The favorite is officially back in the driver's seat. Havoc catches him from the vine to reclaim the lead before the break. Clean stop to keep the lead before the break. 4-8 Havoc, the underdog, is defying the script here, holding a lead over the world #1. Phantom fought back with a 4-round streak, but Havoc's early 6-round run put him in a strong position. Sides swap, fresh start. Havoc pushes to 9-4, putting huge pressure on Phantom. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. The number 6 seed is completely flipping the script. Havoc hits 10-4 and looks completely untouchable right now. Another one gone in under 2 seconds. Phantom keeps the game alive. He needs a serious run here to bridge this gap. Fastest kill of the set so far. Phantom claws back to 6-10, but he's still trailing. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally finding a way. Havoc shuts that down fast. He can't let Phantom get another streak going here. Gone in just over a second. Phantom is chipping away at this lead, refusing to let Havoc close the door on this one. Phantom's 66% win rate on this map is starting to show. He doesn't take a single hit to bring this to match point 7-12. The underdog is just one step from the upset. Game over. Havoc shuts the door to take the map 13-7. He just completely flipped the script on the number 1 seed. Havoc takes the upset over Phantom. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Catalyst face off now. And the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom is sitting at 44-26 in the last 24 hours. And he's playing with a lot more confidence than we've seen from him today. Catalyst usually has the edge in their head-to-head history. So it will be interesting to see if Phantom can flip the script here. Unreal. He survives on a sliver of health after a chaotic exchange to lead 2-1. Catalyst strikes back to lock this at 2-all. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Catalyst pulls ahead 3-2 to seize the momentum. Phantom is coming off a 7-13 loss to Havoc just now. These rounds are flying by, neither of them is giving an inch in this deadlock. The best player on the ladder is fighting for every round. Phantom claws back the lead for free, it is. The best player on the ladder is making a statement. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. The number 1 player on the ladder is taking over. Whoa, a total slugfest. He digs deep to survive the exchange and makes it 4 in a row. Catalyst usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Insane, he survives a brutal back and forth to snap the run and pull it back to 6-4. Pure chaos, both of them just barely surviving those last two. Catalyst has won 54% of their total encounters, usually making him the favorite in this matchup. He struggled to translate that history into results today, while Phantom is playing like the top player on the ladder. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to disrupt this run. Phantom leads 8-4. Catalyst entered this as the heavy favorite, but he's struggling to keep up. Phantom used a 4-round streak to flip the script and put himself in a great spot for the second half. Side swap time for a reset. Phantom extends the gap to 9-4, dominating here. Quick and clean, barely 2 seconds on the clock. Catalyst answers back to keep it 9-5. Quick as a flash, barely a second on the clock. Phantom is pulling way ahead here. Catalyst needs a serious run to get back into this one. The highest rated guy on the ladder is taking control here. Wow, he barely survives that scrap from the box to make it 11-5. That's another one where he barely walks away. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row and match point for Phantom. The slight favorite is taking full control of this one. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean hit, keeping the dream alive at 12-6. Quick reaction there, just over a second on the clock. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to make it 2 in a row. 2 fast kills in a row to stop the bleed. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Phantom wins the map 13-7. He finally flips the script on Catalyst. That's a huge result for Phantom after losing their last few head-to-heads. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Catalyst face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for a strong win. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with 733 wins, making him the heavy historical favorite here. But Havoc is coming off a fresh victory against him in their last meeting and is playing with that momentum. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his usual edge. Catalyst takes him from the toolbox, pushing his lead to 3 rounds. Our rank 4 player is asserting himself here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Our rank 4 player is playing like the favorite here. He picks him off the toolbox from the wine box. That's 4 in a row. He's playing like the top 7% player on the ladder. He knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, 5 in a row. Expected result for the favorite here. He catches him from the toolbox without taking a hit, 6 in a row for Catalyst. He's active today with 35 wins already. He doesn't even take a hit, 7 in a row for Catalyst. Havoc had the edge on this map historically. He doesn't even take a hit, 8 in a row for Catalyst. Coming off a tough loss to Havoc on Blame Orange. He picks him off the wine box from the ramp, but that's 9 in a row. 2 seconds, he's not even letting him breathe. He shuts him down from the wine box to hit 10 in a row before the break. Complete shutdown from the wine box to close the half. Catalyst leads 10-2. This is tracking exactly with the pre-match expectations as the favorite just put together a 10-round win streak. Havoc needs a new approach if he wants to close this gap after the switch. Havoc needs a total reset here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react. Coming off a tough 13-16 loss to Havoc earlier today. He catches him from the wine box to hit match point 12-2. The favorite is simply too consistent here. Boom! He picks him off the ramp to take the map. He just completely erased that map advantage Havoc usually holds here. Total control from start to finish. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc meet on red line with the favorite looking to secure the win today. Phantom has won 64% of their head-to-head encounters over a huge sample size, while Havoc took the most recent meeting. The ladder has Phantom at #1 for a reason. The question is whether Havoc can ignore the history and repeat their last victory. Phantom takes him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is playing like he catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row. He's not missing. Our top rated guy on the ladder is putting on a show. Havoc finally breaks the run to make it 4-1. Havoc is a top quartile player on the ladder. Phantom leads 5-1 and is firmly in control. Coming off a 45-26 day for the top seed. Phantom has a 63% all-time win rate across thousands of matches. He's playing with that historical confidence today, and it's reflecting in the scoreline against a player who has struggled more in his recent form. The question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt this pace. He picks him off from the Tetris for 4 in a row. Just a different story than their last meeting on AIM Italy P. Havoc picks him off the Tetris to make it 8-2. Quick reaction there to snap that run. Phantom hits 9, leaving Havoc fighting a steep hill. Fast kill there to get right back on. Phantom leads 10-2. This is exactly what we expected from the #1 seed, who is playing far above Havoc right now. He holds a 58% win rate on red line and is using that edge to push for a quick finish. Side swap, Havoc needs a reset. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for him today. The best player on the ladder is living up to the billing. Havoc is fighting for every single round now, refusing to let this get any wider. Coming off a 14-21 day for him. He doesn't even take a hit there. Phantom is at match point, leading 12-3. The favorite is simply too strong for him today. Boom, he catches him off the ramp to take the map. He just completely erased that last loss. A total shutout for the top seed on this map. Welcome to Berserk League! Phantom and Catalyst face off on Mappes, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom carries a 70% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to the struggles Catalyst has had here. While Catalyst usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history, he's fighting a steep uphill battle against the current #1 player on the ladder. We'll see if Catalyst can flip the script. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to keep this a one-round game. He's the one who usually takes this matchup. Deadlock at 2-all. Phantom and Catalyst are reset. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is under pressure. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. He's playing like the heavy favorite in this matchup. Phantom snaps the run to tie it up at 3-3. The best player on the ladder is finally asserting himself. Catalyst edges ahead 4-3 with a clutch play, coming off a 13-2 win over Havoc today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 356-303 over the course of their history. He typically plays Phantom very well, and that psychological edge is showing as he builds his lead. The question is whether Phantom can find a way to break this momentum. Catalyst pushes to 6-4, really pulling away now. The ladder's top 2 are really fighting for every inch here. These rounds are flying by. Phantom just ended that in under 2 seconds. The highest rated guy on the ladder is closing the gap. 6 at the half. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but Phantom is holding his ground and pushing for an upset. Phantom's 70% win rate on Mappes is playing a huge role in keeping this match deadlocked. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom surges ahead 7-6 to seize the lead. Under 2 seconds again, he's just not missing. The number. Phantom extends it to 8-6, totally in control now. Just like their last meeting where he won 13-7. He blocks him right off the boxes. 3 in a row for Phantom. He knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit. That's 4 in a row. Rank 3 just can't find a way to stop him. He picks him off the ramp without taking a hit. That's 5 in a row. Under 2 seconds again, he's just not missing. 6 in a row. He's at match point 12-6. Insane, he just ended that in barely a second. Boom, he deletes him without taking a hit to win it all. 13-6. He really shook off that losing record against Catalyst. The #1 seed just looks untouchable on Mappes.